afternoon. Welcome, everyone. This is the Superintendent's Workshop for the School District of Indian River County. We are in the Joe N. Idolette Junior Teacher Education Center, and it is exactly noon. We will begin this call to the workshop to order at noon. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the superintendent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First and foremost, I want to welcome Matthew Carson, who is representing Molly today as our legal representation. We're going to do our best to keep you on that end of the table and quiet, sir. That always doesn't work out, but we are thankful to have you. Our first item on the agenda is a review of a feasibility study. And as the board recalls, under your leadership, we took ownership of what was called the Graves property, I think in February or March, the Graves family generous donation to provide to the School District of Indian River County. We actually took ownership in April or May and have been very, very busy under the leadership of Ms. Emerson, planning on bringing to this board a proof of concept, a validation on taking the next steps. And this is, to me, a sign of the professionalism, the forward thinking of the school system, this leadership and this board, really to be thoughtful in conducting the research prior to moving forward in order to ensure what we say we can do, we can deliver on. So we went through a number of meetings and conversations regarding proposed use. How do we get the most use out of this property? How do we bring it back to our community? In a number of those conversations, you would hear how that space used to be used. And a number of times it came up, it was the heartbeat of Vero Beach. And therein lies the name, the heartbeat of Vero Beach, bringing that space back to our community. And with that, I'd like to bring Ms. Emerson to the podium to set this up and provide some introductions of our presenter.
Good afternoon.
It is with great honor that I get to present the principal of Convergent Nonprofit Solutions, which is a national consulting firm that has done work not only all over the United States, but also right here at home in Indian River County with various projects. Andy Coe is going to come up and present the findings of our feasibility study. What's unique about us is that we're not a typical nonprofit. We don't have a history of funders and support with the philanthropists in this community that are direct support to the school district of Indian River County, yet we were able to bring in 57 different individuals from different subsections of our community to give feedback and honest, candid feedback on where we plan on going with the property, which will be the Vero Beach Community Complex. And so at this time, I would love to bring up Andy to share the findings of the feasibility study.
Thank you, Cindy. So today I have a presentation to go through. Basically just wanted to walk through the culmination of the past couple of months of work. As a whole, we're going to walk through today. I'm going to provide a little bit of an overview of the feasibility study, talk through our findings, challenges, there's always challenges, the favorable factors, and then based on our findings and recommendations, how do we recommend that you proceed? And a lot of this is really based on a lot of our other work that we've done, as Cindy said, in other parts of the country, but also here right in your backyard as well. So, and then at the end, we'll have plenty of time for Q&A as well. So we were retained, just a little bit of a rear view mirror look. We were retained in September. We put together the draft prospectus, which is really just an overview of the plan, the budget, the different components of the plan. And this is, intentionally left as a draft, right? The whole idea, Cindy mentioned that we wanted to get honest, candid feedback. So we didn't take anyone from the staff. We didn't take anyone, obviously, from the board. This was just Convergent representatives, either myself or one of our directors, to go in and either virtually or in person have an honest, candid assessment of the proposed project. So once we put together that draft prospectus, the whole idea is that, hey, this is where the organization is thinking about going, but here's where it's really powerful. But before we take the next step, we'd like to get your opinion first. And so that was the culmination of all of our interviews. What do you think about the plan? What do you think about the budget? What do you like? What don't you like? So in all of that, we put together the draft prospectus. There was a cover letter, and then we put together a list of potential interviewees. We did end up with 53 interviews, some virtual, others, most of them in person. And again, the whole idea behind this was we wanted to get at least 40 and typically up to 60 interviews. And as Cindy mentioned, we ended up with 53, which is above where we had wanted to be. So kudos to Cindy and Peggy for your hard work. You did a great job. Again, just to mention again, we did assure confidentiality, so we're not going to run and share specifically what somebody said in one of our interviews. We sought specific input on the actual plan. We talked about the timing of the proposed plan and, of course, the financial component. How much does everything cost? Will this be done in phases? And then we talked through the campaign goals and potential objectives. We didn't ask for specific commitments, but we did ask for potential support, financial support for the project if it were to go forward. The reason why we go down that line of questioning is so we can come back and tell you how much water's in the pool before you dive in, which is kind of important. And then one of the more critical pieces is talking about campaign leadership. Are there people, not just people, are there leaders, community leaders, well-respected leaders that feel so passionately about this project that they will put their name and or their company name behind this to help make it happen? The money is great. It's going to pay for the programs in your draft prospectus. But unless you have those community leaders that will help take it forward in your actual fundraising campaign, in our experience, we see that the campaign might struggle. So now we'll get into the actual, not going through every single question of the survey, but to give you the highlights of the major questions that we asked. In general, we wanted to get an idea if people were already familiar with the project. Most people were at least somewhat familiar. Most were very familiar. I think as a whole, the community has seen a lot over the past couple of years about this property and the potential of what it could be used for. One of the questions that we always ask, we always want to make sure that the organization we might potentially represent in a fundraising campaign has asking rights. And what does asking rights mean? For us, do people have confidence in the organization that the money will be well spent and that the goals outlined in the prospectus are followed through and are met, right? And so we had a very, straightforward question. What is your confidence with the school district's involvement in this program? There were a third that didn't really answer the question, but most everyone checked the box. Yes, this is something that makes us very comfortable. That's super important to us, right? Especially when you get to the fundraising piece and you're asking for people to commit dollars towards this effort. So that's something that's critical, and in our experience, this checks the box that the organization does have asking rights. The impact of the complex, we just ask a general question. What do you think of this is going to mean to the general community? I must say that I was on some interviews where, boy, oh boy, the energy is just absolutely palpable. And the energy and the excitement about this particular property and where it can go and what it could mean to the community, especially that local neighborhood. It's something I think that the community would love to see in general, that they would love a win. They would love to see, kids and families out there using this property. And in general, this question or this answer here, you can see that most people felt that it would be very impactful to the community. We also then go through and rate the specific initiatives. So this line of questions, we talk through each specific initiative. You can see there are 5 different initiatives in the plan. We talk through each one about what you like, what they don't like, and then we ask a question also, what's missing? What would you like to see included in the plan that is not currently included? So you can see here really the stadium, the track and field, and the inclusive playground tested the highest as people that we met with, of all the things that they want to see, those are the two most important. I will say that nothing tested negatively per se. You know, some people might just say, well, you know, historic walking trail is neat, but there's a lot of walking trails, so if we had to get rid of something, that would probably be the something that would go. But I will tell you that the plan in general, as a whole, tested extremely well. I don't know that there's any one thing that you would necessarily need to take out, but in general, I think the inclusive playground for sure generated a lot of enthusiasm. And there were a couple people out there, I must tell you, that they said that they would want their money to go specifically towards that. And so I think that in and of itself speaks volumes for that specific component. And obviously the stadium generated a lot of enthusiasm throughout most of our interviews. So we tested the goal of the whole project as $5.5 million. Now, this doesn't mean that you can go out and raise $5.5 million and you're going to get it all in 2022. Our experience is that you're going to be able to raise more money over the course of time. In other words, if you're going out asking for someone for $100,000, typically it's going to be easier for them to spread that over 5 years. Obviously, you're not going to take 5 years to build this park, but that, again, in our experience, you'll be able to raise more money that way. So we pitched this as a plan that over 5 years that the money would come in over time. The project would be done in phases. But we'd like to get people's impression of, you know, do you think this is realistic? Do you think that this is feasible and obtainable? As you can see, most everybody said absolutely. I mean, I think that's a general comment in this community because there's significant wealth, and I think that people think, sure, you could raise that probably over dinner. Now, having said that, in our experience, again, we're looking, when we're going through our analysis and asking people to what level would you make a financial commitment, if any, over the course of 5 years, if this program were to move forward, this is what we shared with our interviewees. And I'll have a couple of comments that will flesh this out in a little bit more detail, but just to set the stage a little bit, in our experience, we're looking for typically a lead commitment of 15 to 20%, okay? So in this case, it's 1.1 million over 5 years. We would probably be looking for another commitment in that 7-figure range to where, if, you know, on the left-hand side is the number of pledges at that level, on the right-hand side is the cumulative number of pledges that we would be looking for in order to recommend a $5.5 million goal. It's one thing to say, sure, the money's out there, but it's another thing to actually see the path to how to get there. And typically, your top 10 commitments are going to equal 50 to 60% of the total. It doesn't always have to be that way. I know that here I think there'll be a very broad base of support, especially like a grassroots campaign, I think will generate a lot of enthusiasm and a lot of money. Having said that, normally you still need those lead commitments to really set the bar high for others to follow. So these are the types of pledges we're looking for in order to recommend a $5.5 million goal. So I mentioned earlier about the willingness to lead. This is really critical to us, and especially in regards to a successful fundraising campaign. So we asked a question in two parts. One is, if there were a campaign to go forward, would you play a visible leadership role? In other words, come to meetings, have your picture in a brochure, and potentially go out and help ask for dollars to help make it happen. The majority said that they would not be willing to lead, but when we got to the door opener question, a lot more were willing to say, hey, I may not be in the brochure and attend regular meetings, I may not have time to do that, but I will absolutely go out and help you as a door opener on selected basis and help either open doors to individuals that you might be able to go in and make asks for, or selectively go in and where they might have a relationship that they would join us. So no huge red flags here. We would like to see a few more in that leadership role, you know, be willing to take it on. But we did find, the good news here is that we did find some individuals that do have community presence that were mentioned as leaders. Boy, if this person stepped up, that this thing could really take off. We did find individuals that we think would make very good campaign leaders, chairs, and co-chairs that would really set this thing on fire. The other thing I'll mention is we did meet with a lot of potential community partners. And so what that means is we might have met with the CEO of the Boys and Girls Club. they're not necessarily going to answer this question. Sure, I'm going to join your campaign and help go raise money for you. They're raising money for their own organization. So that's another component here that you don't really see when you just look at the numbers. So last couple of slides, basically just a summary here of some of the challenges that we found. Their public interest in the support of the campaign decreases if access to the complexes is primarily for the high school or high school students. This was something that was not every interview, but it sure felt like it. It was just like, well, hey, wait a minute, is this for the school? Is this for the public? Or, you know, if we give money, is it going to be open in the evening and open for the general public? So that just is something that resonated loud and clear. It's not something that can't be overcome. It just needs to be set out and manage the expectations of how the different components of the park is used and what times. There were some concerns about just, you know, how the funds would be received and how they're spent, and I'll address that in just a minute on the favorable slide. But one of the other challenges is that we found a handful of financial indications in the six-figure range. We found a couple that had a high end of $500,000 over 5 years, which is good. But if you remember the slide that I showed you a few minutes ago, there were none in the seven-figure range. And in order for us to get to the point where we can recommend a $5.5 million goal, we would need to see at minimum one, if not two, in that seven-figure range. So that was something that is a challenge. Securing the respected community leaders, again, I think will be a challenge. I think it's something that you can address, and it's something that will absolutely happen because there are people in the community. If the right people step up early, it's amazing what happens. It's like dominoes. The energy is palpable and others will step up. And so, again, that's something that's a challenge, but I think can be addressed as well. And then the only other piece, and this is typical, okay? The draft prospectus, and it's under our guidance, honestly, when Cindy and I were putting this together in the beginning, it's not in organization's best interest to kind of pencil yourself in or pen yourself into making the prospectus so detailed where people think it's just they're just rubber stamping a finished plan. So we intentionally advise you that the plan should be conceptual. You shouldn't, be too specific because nobody wants to just rubber stamp a finished plan. They want to have their fingerprints on it. They want to have, some say in what the final plan looks like. And so it's a challenge here in that a lot of people said, hey, well, this is very highly conceptual. We want to see more specifics. How is it going to be paid for? How's it going to be managed? Who's taking care of it? Who has access? And so there were lots and lots and lots of questions, but it's okay. At this stage, it is supposed to be conceptual, but that was something that just came up quite a bit. There's a lot of specifics that I think once you put those down on paper, that will be addressed. Favorable factors. There's the partnership with the Community Foundation. Boy, that really resonated with almost everybody we talked to. The idea that money would come into the Community Foundation and that it would be monitored and funds would come in and out of there checked all the boxes with potential funders. So that's a really, really, really favorable factor. I talked about the asking rights. Candidly, the board here, board chair, resonated very well. The fact that you have your name behind this, the fact that you are doing things right just by bringing in outside counsel to kind of give you some honest, candid feedback also resonated very well. So that's a big favorable factor. I talked about all the interviews we did with strategic partners, and we did a lot. There are a lot of people out there willing to throw their name in the hat, say, hey, how can I help? What can we do? Again, there's a lot of people just that want you to be successful, and they're willing to do whatever it is, even if it's not financially, if they're not in a position to maybe write a check, but they're willing to step up and help in any way they can, and that's a really big favorable factor. And, I always say fundraising campaigns are like having a baby, right? There's never a good time to go out and raise money. And people say, oh, geez, there's this campaign and that campaign. There's always other fundraising campaigns. I don't care where you go. And I would say now there's more than ever because now that we're kind of getting through COVID, a lot of organizations are going forward with their fundraising efforts. But candidly, we didn't find many that would directly negatively impact what you're doing here. And that's always something that we ask about. So that's a favorable factor. So I'll wrap up. Last two slides. Recommendation, you should finalize the case for support, the budget, and ongoing care and maintenance. So again, just add those details. Engage community to address the public access concerns. That's something that needs to be addressed right out of the gate. Having a public-private partnership could be very favorable. You know, engaging with some of the interviews we had was with the mayor of City of Vero Beach. With, you know, I think that you can engage from the folks from the county level. There's a host of things here again that appeal to the broader community that I think getting those different strategic partners in place will help this campaign take off. You want to establish and approve naming rights. If you would like to name specific components of the park, it's always good from a fundraising perspective because you can get people to step up to significant levels and maybe honor somebody, a family member or someone. So that would be something to do early in the campaign. Always like to talk about the law of inertia. Campaigns to me are like living, breathing things. I know they're not, but there's a lot of energy right now about this project. And so our recommendation is don't take your foot off the gas. Immediately getting into 2022, launch a campaign and take advantage of that positive forward momentum because it's there. And sometimes we see organizations sit back and they're going to review the findings, they're going to think about it, and boy, oh boy, things just start to slow down. So pedal to the metal. We think that you should obviously get some public input as you finalize your plan. You want to recruit your leadership team before you go out and make your financial requests. It always is important to get people that are associated with the campaign committed first, and then to have them, you know, go out and help make those solicitations because now that they have asking rights if they've already made a commitment themselves. And then our general experience is a timeline to complete a full-time campaign is typically 10 to 12 months. So you should be done by the end of next year. Last slide, and I'll open it up to questions. I talked about this a little bit already, just about working with strategic partners. I don't think I really need to go through that in any more detail. The facilities component about the access to the public is something I've already kind of beat to death a little bit, but this really will, it could potentially greatly enhance the feasibility and the appeal of the project, or it could go the other way and diminish. If it's like, hey, this is going to be locked down and you're not going to be able to use the track and field or something, then that could diminish support greatly. So once that is addressed, which is, again, it's something that shouldn't be too difficult to do, I think it would greatly enhance your potential to raise money. We did identify a potential campaign chair that I think that we're not asking for specific commitments, right, in the campaign. But we feel that this is an individual that was mentioned quite a few times as, boy, if this person took it on, that would be great. And so we, as we make our recommendations, it's kind of hard for us to necessarily make recommendations based on, potentials, but if this individual were to step up and lead the campaign and make a significant investment early on, we feel that the potential for the funding goal could be substantial. And then this is the typical X factor. Just, we have a process that we follow that, again, I talked through enlisting the leadership, making sure that they make their commitments first, and then going out and securing investments from the rest of the community. Following the process and following a timeline and doing things in order, you'll be able to raise more money that way. So in general, that's really the end of the presentation. I appreciate your partnership. I appreciate all the hard work. I have to call Cindy out. She was absolutely amazing to work with. At any day of the week or any time of day, she was available and really, I think, helped this whole program of work go off to a very good success. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you so much for that presentation. Actually, Mr. Barefoot, I know that you've had a lot to do with this project. Would you like to speak first?
No.
No? Okay.
You just did.
I mean, there's a lot I can say, will say. I've talked to Andy. Obviously, Cindy and I have had several conversations. Dr. Moore. I've talked to a lot, not a lot, but some of the right people in the community, but I'd rather hear what you all say, and then maybe I can
Okay,
step in.
fair enough, fair enough. Ms. Rosario?
Thank you. I got your first name, Andy, but I didn't get your last name,
Co, it's COE.
COE. Thank you so much, Mr. Coe, for coming, for presenting, for doing the work that you've been doing in this area. I have a few questions for clarification. The $5.5 million, or the estimate for the fundraising of the $5.5 million to get this up and running, how long do you suppose, in the research that you've conducted thus far, how long do you think it would take us from day one starting of the campaign to actually receiving the full amount?
Well, there's a two-part question. The actual campaign itself would typically, it can be done sooner, and sometimes it takes longer, but typical timeline would be 10 to 12 months. Now, the actual timeline to receive those funds, you'll have some maybe foundations that might say, you know what, we're not doing multi-year commitments, we're going to do it all in one lump sum. That's great. That's to your benefit. But as I discussed earlier, we find that you're going to be able to raise a lot more money by offering a multi-year window of, say, 5 years. That's our recommended guidance. So if you're getting maybe a commitment of $100,000, they're going to do $20,000 in 2022, $20,000 the next 4 years. So the actual money will come in over time, but it doesn't mean you have to wait 5 years to build all the programs and the facilities that you'd like to do. And that's where the Community Foundation comes in. There's a whole host of ways that you can augment, building the things that you need to do while you wait for the money to come in. But in general, the two parts of the answer to your question is it's typically 10 to 12 months for the campaign itself, and then for the actual funds, it typically will take, when you add everything up, it'll probably be about 5.5 years.
Okay, so I think you answered my question, my thought rather, in the what would happen in the meantime. Do we wait for 5 years before we start building, breaking ground, or do we start earlier, even if we don't have the full amount?
No, you
And
definitely,
then
you
dip-
definitely,
just
yeah, you
hope and
definitely start
depend.
earlier. There's a whole host of ways that
Yeah.
you can, either through construction loans. I know, not stepping on Jeff Pickering's toes over at the Community Foundation, I know they have programs where they also can offer, ways that they can, front load funding, understanding that you have pledges that will be coming in over a multi-year period. So there's a lot of ways that you absolutely would not want to wait.
Okay.
The program now is going to be done in phases, but you don't want to wait 5 years, obviously, to build all the programs.
Okay. And then who is the control group for the percentages that are in your presentation? So for example, if we go back, and just curious, there is an impact of the complex. There were 51% said very impactful or was impactful. Confidence of SDIRC working with stakeholders, very confident, 25%. Familiarity with the community complex, very familiar, 34%. Who are the people who were, or the control group that was surveyed
That would
for
be
these
us. That
numbers?
would be Convergent.
Convergent?
So we basically conducted the 53 interviews, and then
53, yeah.
we
okay.
tally. So, and this is one other point, not every single person was asked, nor did every single person answer every single question.
Okay.
So we might have 53 interviews and 49 answered one question and 53 answered another. Depending on, some interviews were compacted, like, hey, I've only got 30 minutes, so we just kind of got to the good stuff. There's a couple of softball questions on the front end that don't necessarily impact the interview, like financial indications and leadership indications. But we put forth those percentages.
Okay. Why weren't board members involved in that or interviewed?
Well, so typically, some organizations we do interview board members, and some we don't. In this case, it was collectively decided that we not interview board members.
Do you know why?
I mean, honestly, that discussion was quite some time ago. I can't remember specifically what the rationale was. I know it was discussed, but we don't, I don't remember the specific rationale of
Okay.
why. I do know that, you know, if you're going to interview one board member, you want to interview everybody.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you. I'll do some follow-up on that. What do you recommend is the process for selecting a name for the, I guess, the project moving forward and when the campaign begins? How do you suppose, or what's your recommendation for the name selection?
The name selection for,
Either the campaign or the field itself? I know you said
Oh, the naming
one of your
opportunities.
recommendations was select a name.
yes, yeah, so there's a lot of different ways that that can be done. I mean, as a whole, it's under the general understanding that the track and field, it will be the Jimmy Graves Field. Beyond that, my understanding is that that would need to be something that the board, that the organization would need to approve.
Right.
That there would be naming, so that may get squashed. It's just a recommendation that in our, you know, our recommendations, it's crazy simple. We're always looking out for our clients in that, how can we raise the most amount of money for your organization? And that's why we like to have organizations offer that longer pledge cycle, because we'll be able to raise more money that way. The same thing with naming opportunities. There's a process that you go through depending on the total cost of the project and depending on the individual cost of the program that you're looking to name, whether it's the all-inclusive playground or whatever or the walking trail. You put a value to that, and it does not necessarily equate to the cost of that particular initiative. That's important. And then typically, again, this depends on the campaign and the organization, what you collectively decide on. Many times it's sort of a first come, first serve. I mean, here's this item is $100,000 a year, and the first one to come forth with $100,000 a year with a written commitment will be able to name that individual initiative or program or playground or whatever that may be. But that's something that typically you want to approve. If you're going to go down that path, you may say, you know what, we're not going to name anything. Thanks for the recommendation. That's just not our cup of tea. That's fine too. But ultimately, you'll just need to make that decision early in the campaign, put those numbers to those specific initiatives before you go out and start asking for money, because then that can be part of the package of the solicitation. Hey, if you were interested, some people don't care. They might come up with $500,000 and say, you know what, I'm not interested. That's not important to me. And that's fine too. But it is important to some, and that's something that we glean from our interviews.
So I have two more questions and then I'll be done. With the campaign, does Convergent actually remain with us throughout the campaign fundraising process, or is your job from here done?
That's another two-part question.
Sorry.
No, it's a very valid one, and it's very important. So right now, our job is done. We basically signed an agreement to conduct a feasibility study, provide you the honest, candid feedback. And after today's presentation, our agreement is complete. How you move forward is up to you. We are a full-service fundraising firm. We're soup to nuts. So there are some organizations where we are engaged on a periodic council basis. So we're just there to provide general guidance and counsel, but more from an arm's length, where we might come in on a handful of days per month. Typically, the types of organizations that we work in that regard are community colleges that already have a development team. They're a well-oiled machine. They've got staff. They've got all sorts of stuff. Most of our clients, probably 80 to 90%, are full service, where we actually are boots on the ground. We have a director that's embedded within the community. We did a campaign here, United Against Poverty, some time ago, where we have someone that's sort of an extension of their staff. In other words, we're there every morning. We wake up. How can we get to that $5.5 million goal? Every night we go to sleep. How can we get to that $5.5 million goal? So we're basically here doing nothing but managing that campaign. So there's lots of avenues that you can move forward. You can go forward on your own, and there's zero obligation to use us, or you can engage us for 10 to 12 months, or 4 months, or anything in between.
Okay, and then my last question, thank you so much for answering these, because I think they're very important, is you said that you recommended, or you have a recommendation for a campaign chair. So when we're saying campaign, we're talking about the fundraising effort.
Yes.
Okay, so who do you recommend for that role? And the second part of that is, if that person were not to be the campaign chair, what does the board do in selecting a campaign chair?
Toughest question yet. Well, you're going to put me on the spot. I honestly don't know that I'm comfortable sharing the individual's name. It would, I think,
So how would we make that determination then if we don't know who you're recommending?
well, I think it's going to probably be something that would come to light very quickly and very soon. So, having said that, depending on how you move forward with the effort, we'll provide, whether you engage with us or not, we'll provide some helpful guideposts in regards to, here are a handful of names. In other words, without giving specific information, but I mean specific individual by individual, we can say, hey, here are 8 names that we feel that you should talk to in regards to your campaign leadership. So,
And then the board would select a chair?
well,
Or
it's
someone from those
yeah,
8?
so the way that works, it ultimately works like this. You'll need to sit down and lay out the guidelines for what the expectations of that chair are. And again, from our standpoint, there's a process, and part of the process is making that ask and saying, hey, here's what it's going to take to step up to be this position. Here's the potential time commitment. And oh, by the way, one of the whole ideas is, one of the commitments of being this individual is to make a pledge early in the campaign to help inspire others. So here's where I keep getting back to the process, because we've seen mistakes where you might ask someone to do it and be like, oh yeah, I'll do it, this is great, I'll help you guys out. And then they give you $2,000 a year. And when you're trying to raise $5.5 million, that's not going to work. It just won't. So there's a whole host of things. It's a two-way street, right? Just because you select somebody to be chair doesn't mean they're going to do it. And it doesn't going to mean that they're going to have the time, or maybe they just don't have the capacity to step up in the way that they need to. So there's a lot of things that come into play. I've had campaigns where you might ask somebody to chair the campaign, and then they say, you know what, go put together your leadership team first, then come back to me, and I'll let you know if I'm going to take on the campaign. So again, there's lots of different dynamics that come into play here. But in any case, there are multiple paths forward, and that's part of what I see here is everything is not hinged on this one individual. There are other people, and especially fundraising is a team sport. So I think there's enough team players out there that we found that would get you in a place that would ensure success. So
Yes.
hate to
No.
not answer your one question, but I don't want to put anybody on the spot.
No, I understand, but it's important for us to know these pieces of information. I have not, as a board member, been a part of a project such as this, so
Very
it's
good
good to
questions.
know. Thank you. I appreciate that. Madam
Okay.
Chair.
Dr. Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Cole, for your presentation, Ms. Emerson, Mr. Barefoot, for all of your work, and another special thank you to the Graves family. This is a wonderful opportunity. Can you just define for me a little bit more the public-private partnership in regards to responsibility of taking care of things, the financial impact? Just a little bit more on that, please.
Yeah, so in our experience, there are some organizations that are just going out raising money from the private sector, right? It's very clear cut, and this is the path that we're going. In other campaigns, you know, part of the fundraising process is engaging community support. So we have an unofficial motto, no dollar left behind. My dad's a retired Marine, so it makes a lot of sense to me. But the whole idea is that if you know, I talked about the strategic partnerships. There is, again, it's palpable, the energy and the want for this project to happen. It just is. from a whole host of perspectives, if you're able to get, the city, the county, other nonprofit organizations to partner with you, it's going to be so powerful at whatever level. And I think there are multiple opportunities, whether it's specific components of the plan, either funding the actual project themselves or ongoing maintenance or support. If you have broad leadership in the public and private sectors, you're going to be able to raise more money, and it's going to be much more impactful that way. So again, just I think going forward, if you're able to pull in those multiple relationships and strategic partnerships, whether it's through other nonprofits or through public entities and private sector, individuals, companies, then that will resonate as you go forward and as you're looking to raise money. If you can say, "Ooh, boy, we have the partners of City of Vero Beach, we have the county, we have these other nonprofits that have already lent us their names as far as helping to see that this is going to happen now as you're going out asking for money." Boy, oh boy, that says a lot to the people that you're going to ask for money. Then that means they know it's going to happen, right? And that gives them a lot more confidence.
And so in that partnership, do they then decide who will be taking care of the property and so forth?
Well, these are a lot of the questions that the organizations gets to decide of the ongoing maintenance cost, who pays for what, and that's where that clarity comes in. I kind of beat that to death because there is some things that are just unclear. But prior to going and asking for money, it's like being a good attorney, right? You want to know, you want to have the answers to all the questions that people are going to ask prior to going in and asking. So these are all the things that you need to sort out in the front end of 2022 prior to going out and asking for money, because those questions are going to come. And if you're asking someone for money, you need to have your ducks in a row and be able to answer all that, because people are not going to get their checkbooks out and write big checks, big ones, right? They write little ones. The little ones are easy. The big ones, you got to have those questions answered first.
And one thing I saw in the feasibility study, it talked about not being connected to Vero Beach High School, because I've had some questions from people in North County, well, you're going to do that for Vero, what will you do for us? But this is a community, this is where we want, what we want for our community. And I had the pleasure of being with Laura Moss and Cindy on the Inclusive Playground, just starting to talk a little bit about it. So that's one thing we have to really get across to everyone. I know we're looking at an official track, and there'll be a partnership in how we work with that in the schools, because Sebastian has one, but that's something that even when I was campaigning, they talked about this. We used to be able to go on school campuses and run the track. That's not happening now. So even during the day, they were doing that. And so they're really looking for a place to go in
Correct.
Vero Beach in this area, which I just gives me high hopes for this. So again, thank you for that. And I know when we talk about the partnership, we'll learn a little bit more about responsibilities. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Dr. Schiff?
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. And thank you for the right balance in a presentation of enough information without getting too much into the weeds and giving us sort of just exactly the points
Oh, good.
that are most helpful. So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Many of my questions have been answered, so thankfully we won't have to repeat those. Out of curiosity, when you say your target was 40 to 60 people, and you wound up with 53, why that number, and how do you know that that's representative of the community? How are those people checked so that we know that they're broadly representative of various interests in the community?
I could probably talk for 20 minutes on this subject alone, so I'll try to boil it down. So there's a host of things that we're looking for here. We're looking for strategic partners, we're looking for corporate entities, we're looking for individuals, we're looking for public sector potential partners, we're looking on a diversity, equity, and inclusion standpoint. And then, believe it or not, our list is organic. So as we're doing interviews, we're talking to people saying, who else do you think we need to interview? Who do you think would be interested in this project? Candidly, too, one of our driving concerns, this is the reality of what we do and what we're charged with, coming back and making a financial recommendation. We're looking for potential people that will underwrite the project, right? We can't just pick a bunch of random people out of the phone book and then go do interviews, because we'd come back and say, well, we think we can raise $5.20. So it's a little bit of all of those things rolled into one. And then part of it is just the availability of people that will be able to meet with us. But again, I think our list expanded quite a bit. Cindy's going, oh yeah, no kidding. Our list expanded exponentially because as we were doing interviews, we were meeting with community leaders, and sometimes we were just hearing names constantly. So we went back to Cindy and Peggy. Hey, Peggy, can you add these names, add those names? As far as the 40 to 60, it's very simple to us. We focus more on quality over quantity, right? We could do over 100 interviews and get all sorts of crazy feedback. And we could do some little town hall meetings and get this whole room packed full and get all sorts of good feedback. But really what we're driving for in these interviews is we're looking for those asking rights questions, leadership questions. We're wanting to meet with the movers and shakers of the community and get their input. And so there's no perfect way. Sometimes though we'll come back out of these and we might end up with 30-some interviews and they're not the right ones. And we're not delivering the message of good or bad news just because we didn't get enough feedback to make a good recommendation. And that in and of itself is very telling. Like if we don't get the number of interviews that we need to, if people, and this is better than average, I must say, on a host of levels, but you don't have a set constituency, right? We can come in and work for United Against Poverty, and boy, they've got all sorts of names on their Rolodex. Hey, go talk to these people, those people, those people. People that have invested with us before and donated money and put their names on things. It's much more straightforward. Here, you're really dealing with a blank canvas. So hopefully that answered your question.
You did, thank you. There was one slide, if you can go back for a minute to the confidence slide.
Oh, sure. There you go.
In that, what I see is that 45% or less than half are confident or very confident. When you spoke about it, you included somewhat confident of the 14%.
Mm-hmm.
Can you speak a little bit about that and why we should be enthusiastic about a less than 50% confident or very confident rate?
Well, I think you have to take into consideration a third of the people didn't answer the question, right? So if you take, they were unsure or don't know, 31%. So if you want to, I guess, compare the positive versus the maybe negative, you ended up with a 45% very confident, and 24% that were somewhat or not confident. So that to us is positive.
Okay. That kind of leads into my next question.
Okay.
If I were to ask you to give me a picture, as kind of the resident skeptic on some things, our goal, of course, is to do this, and we want to be enthusiastic about it and engage with it for a whole host of reasons. If I were to ask you to give me the perspective that why would we not do it? Or is there a reason, I don't want to look through sort of rose-colored glasses on it, and I
Sure.
don't want a presentation that is through rose-colored glasses. So what I want to know is, and you've alluded to some of these, the stumbling blocks or the obstacles or the things that we should really be aware of moving forward in this. And I sort of want to know that really clearly.
So I would say that the two things of the top of the concern level is the access, that, again, I mentioned that in the challenges. It can really go against you in a major way if it's, hey, you're not going to be able to use the track, or it's going to be extremely limited. Ooh, boy, that's going to take things in a different direction. If it is more of seen as, hey, the whole community is going to be able to use this, and it's very, the impression and the expectation is that there will be wide access, that will boost the confidence the other way. I think the other major thing, and haven't really talked this through too much, but sometimes what we find is in some communities that there may be an impression that, well, this should be all publicly funded. Why are you going out and raising private dollars for a park that typically, might get funds from public sector dollars, wherever they might come through? So that's something that you'll need to address too. But I know, there's parks here that raised money for, and it's similar. We've done other campaigns in other communities all around the country that are Parks and Recreation related. And again, having that blend of, getting back to the public-private again, hey, we're going to do X, and we're going to go out and raise, but we can't do it all, and we're going to go out and raise money to get the balance. I think that's the path that you should follow, and that would be most successful. So where it's not all public, it's not you're relying 100% on the private sector, that it's a team effort. Hey, we have a common goal. Let's figure this out and go about it that way.
Thank you. You mentioned that there were no other significant competing campaigns going on at the moment. And there's one possibly upcoming that I'm aware of, but I don't know the degree to which it competes, which is the Children's Trust campaign, which they put off for a bit, and I'm not sure if they're going forward or not. Did that come up in your conversations?
There are a handful of campaigns,
Yeah.
but nothing that we feel would negatively impact what you're trying to do. There's a very specific niche that this checks the boxes for. And there's a whole host, because we've, I could rattle off probably
Sure.
10 campaigns that are either just completing, just finished, well, that would be just completing, that are just wrapping up, getting ready to launch, or ongoing. There's always going to be campaigns. And again, we met with a lot of nonprofit executives, but the point there, and I appreciate you bringing it up so I could clarify, the point there was nothing out there that would cause us to be like, you know what, gang, the timing's not good. You should put the brakes on this. There's just too much going on in the community. We didn't find that.
Thank you. You mentioned, and it's been talked about a little bit, that there's a point that we would start breaking ground and start building without necessarily having all the money in hand, which would come over time. Is there a threshold moment at which point we decide we have enough commitment or dollars in hand in order to move forward with that?
That is a phenomenal question. I'll just tell you that. This is something that can be debated. To answer your question just forthrightly, there is no specific number in our experience. There's some people that feel that, oh boy, you go out there and you break ground, people see you're active, and that's going to create a lot more momentum, and people think, oh, this is happening, and that there's excitement, and that's good. I'm kind of on the other fence, that like, if you go too fast too soon with the construction, people are going to think you got it in the bag. And that takes away your sense of urgency, which takes away one of our, things that helps when you're going out raising money and you're trying to paint a picture of, hey, here's where we're trying to go, but we can't get there without your commitment. If dirt's being moved and everything's going up, somebody might say, well, maybe you don't need that $100,000 a year. I'll just do $20,000 a year. And so there's no specific time. This is something that really, I think, you get into the meat of the campaign, and you want to, in my mind, it's preferable that you at least get to that 50 to 60% mark, and you're doing your public campaign kickoff event, and that's kind of an appropriate time to do that. But again, somebody else will come in and say, you know what, I disagree. So again, this is something that's very subjective.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I'm going to kind of combine my last couple of questions. My other ones have already been answered. There is, moving forward, from your experience, what do you see as the role and engagement of this board with that process? Because there is often kind of a fine line between a board micromanaging a process and a board's involvement in a process. And is that something where the board might have, for example, a representative to represent the board? Or is that something at which the board is involved at various points? Can you speak a little bit about how you see that most effectively moving forward?
Well, there's a host of ways that you can be involved and engaged. There's an honorary chair type of position, which is typically where individuals of your stature and your involvement typically are. And that's an area where you can be as involved or as little involved as you want. An honorary position means that you're raising your hand saying you support the project, but it does not require any involvement into going to active campaign meetings, and it doesn't require you to go out and ask for money. Because yes, there's some conflict there that you don't want to really mess with. And then there's other avenues where you can be more active, or you can have a representative. that's part of the active committee and the ongoing engagement. That's typically something that we would like to see because you don't want to be too hands-off, right?
I apologize, I do have another question. Mrs. Rosario already asked about your level of involvement with the project moving forward, and that as of this presentation, for what you have thus far been engaged to do, you'd be complete. Is this something that in your experience you see, I don't know how best to phrase this, works best moving forward with an external professional managing and supporting the process, or best done internally through the resources of the agency that is ultimately requesting the money and handling the project? I don't know if that was really clear. If it wasn't, I'll try again.
It is clear, but I don't know if I should be answering that question because it's going to look like self-interest. I mean, our experience, again, and this is something that in some cases, fundraising looks easy, and I think in some cases where you're in a community of wealth, which you are, no question, there's somewhat of a sense out there that you don't need help, that you can raise the money over a handful of dinners and a few meetings, and it can be done. And it's not that easy. You can go sideways pretty quickly. Our recommendation is, it doesn't have to be us, right? We're done. There's other firms out there, is to have some sort of outside help. And it's really up to the organization, and it depends on a million things. It depends on your budget. It depends on how quickly you're trying to get things done. There's some organizations, they don't care. They're like, hey, we have a $5.5 million goal. It doesn't matter if it takes us 2 years to get there. We're going to get there, but we're going to do it on our own time. Typically, when you have outside engagement, it's going to be more compact, it's going to be a bit more fast-paced, and it's going to get over with quicker, for good or better for worse. So again, and it really depends on the organization. There's some organizations we work with, I don't know why I keep picking on community colleges, but typically they've got a team. They're well-oiled machines, sometimes chambers of commerce. Other organizations, they've got a unit that they've got a constituency and they're going at it. And they're like, we don't really need you guys here 5 days a week, so we'll come in on a periodic council or half-time basis. For other organizations that, my elevator speech when somebody says, well, what do you do for a living? We help nonprofits manage capital campaigns where typically they don't have the staff or the expertise to do it themselves. So that's probably the best way to, in a roundabout way, answer that question. Again, being cognizant, you talk about the conflict here.
Sure.
That, I feel like that's a bit of a conflict the way I'm going to answer that. It's, it's going to look like self-interest, but.
Yeah, and from my perspective, where that comes from is we are an educational organization. We are not a corporate organization. We are not, our mission is not necessarily around that kind of expertise. It doesn't mean we don't have it. It just means it's not our primary focus. So that's where my question
Right,
is.
and I think that's why it was a master stroke to involve the Community Foundation in that role. I don't know whose idea it was, but it adds such value beyond measure.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Barefoot, do you mind if I ask a question before you?
Why don't you ask all your questions, and then I'll go
Okay.
last.
I have one. You've pretty much answered most of mine. I do know when somebody is a donor, one of their biggest concerns is that their money is going to go towards the project and not going towards somebody's individual pocket.
Right.
So in that respect, and also I looked at our finance director when we were talking about all this, because I know we don't want to overburden him with anything else. Plus, we want to be very transparent with this project to make sure that everything's done on the up and up. Do you suggest that we hire an individual or a firm? How is it done to make sure that the money is managed correctly?
Well, I think you've already done that to an extent by setting up the Community Foundation to take in funds. They will actually disperse the funds as well. They are your financial guru, for lack of a more technical term, that's that extra layer of, it's an outside organization, it's a well-respected organization, they do this for lots of other groups, and it's something that is second nature. and it gives that extra layer of, I think, what you're looking for, clarity and oversight, and where it's not, the money comes in directly to the community foundation and they disperse it. It's not through your organization, and it's not through your financial.
Right,
Yeah.
okay, thank you for saying that for today. We would appreciate that. Also, one other thing I was going to say, probably one of our first things to do with this also is to talk to our attorney, probably not you, Matt, probably Molly, about, we do have a naming policy, I think, already in place for the school district and how things get named. So we may want to look at that along the way of what our policy already is, and does it need to be changed because of this project? Or is this going to be an outside project and then we don't have to change our policy? So that is just a recommendation I put out there about looking at naming rights. Because I agree with you, I think when the opportunity is out there to donate in someone's name, that tends to help with raising of funds. So thank you. Thank you very much for being here too.
You're welcome.
Mr. Barefoot.
Okay. A couple of questions that were raised, and then I'll talk a little bit about the campaign. First of all, one of the more successful community-supported public entity fundraising is the dog park. I know, because our dog goes twice a day. My wife takes the dog in the morning, I take the dog in the afternoon, unless we have to switch, or unless, like today, she gets the whole day. And the amount of money that that group that oversees the dog park raises, and they have responsibility for all of the benches, and if you've been in the dog park over by the, behind the ball field and the Riverside Cafe and the like, and that works very well. And the county or city is responsible for maintenance, but there's a lease that the city signed with that entity, and in return for whatever it is, the city of Vero Beach cuts the grass every Monday morning. They paint the fences and all that kind of stuff. Dr. Schiff, you raised a question about the Children's Trust. It's really not going to compete with the Children's Trust. Yeah, that's really a referendum item that will make it on, and it'll either be successful or not, and people will either vote for it or not. And that's taxpayer money that everybody will contribute, assuming that your community, Sebastian, city, county, shores, signs on to. So that's not competition. The one fundraising, and one of the challenges in this community, as you all know, is there's probably too many 501c3s.
Yep.
And as a result, contributions get spread probably too thin, and in some cases don't have the impact that they could if there were fewer. There were some consolidations around like-minded not-for-profits that are focused on the same kinds of things. I understand the museum is about to launch, a major fundraising campaign. That would be the only one. The hospital, where I'm very involved, we have the Mothers and Babies campaign, which actually out of the unrestricted funds of the foundation, we just contribute a fair amount. We need to get to, I think it's 5.4 million, and then Cleveland Clinic will kick in and finish all that up. But that's not unfortunately, that's one of those campaigns, and that is a challenge here, by the way, one of those campaigns that a lot of the philanthropists are sitting there talking about mothers and babies. I'm well beyond that. I've been my mother, I've been my dad, I've had my babies, and I'm on to my grandbabies, or whatever the case may be. But that might be the one. So let me and restricted funds. Ms. Berenberg, you ask about, how do you control the money? Well, first of all, this will be a restricted fund campaign. This money will be designated specifically for this project, and maybe more specifically toward the entrepreneur building, or the track, or the inclusive. So the money that goes into the community foundation will be segregated by account, by project, to get down to whatever the lowest common denominator is. So the control is really there, and the money that it will be drawn down from the community foundation as needed. The money will be invested in whatever strategy makes sense, longer term, short term. Other than keeping track from a control standpoint, this is something you're going to outsource to the community foundation. We're not in that business. So let's get to the specifics. One of the big issues, and Dr. Moore and Mr. Bass have heard me talk to this too many times, is I grew up in a community where every ball field and every school campus was open to the public, and there's not one in this county that's open to the public, and I think it's disgraceful.
Amen. I agree.
If you want a show of good faith, we ought to pick a campus in the north part of the county and open it up and put signs out there, like when you go to the beach, you swim at your own risk, put signs up, and if you're on the jungle gym or the teeter-totter, whatever they have, I mean, to not have kids be able to play ball on a Saturday, I think is awful. And I know that's, we all inherited this, I guess. Dr. Moore inherited this, and this is something we need to address. So, there's no way that this flies if it's not open to the public. And with whatever disclaimers we can put, and I'm sure our attorneys and insurance company can work with us to figure out how to manage that. And I'd love to see a couple of more. In fact, you may remember a editorial or a opinion piece that Larry Reisman wrote recently about, and I talked to him a lot about this. I mean, this is where I lived growing up, was behind the high school or behind the junior high, playing ball with my friends after school. You didn't even know what you were going to do. You just headed for the ball field. And the only requirement was you had to be home for dinner and get your chores done and your homework. As long as you did that, you were good to go. That doesn't happen that way anymore, unfortunately. This is a little more spread out than maybe where I grew up, but at any rate. In terms of how to proceed, having run several capital campaigns, both as the chair of the campaign and as president of a college where we raised a lot of money, there's that private time. And that's a bit of a challenge for us because we're a public entity. But normally you don't go public. That doesn't mean you don't talk about it, but you don't make a big deal about it until you get to some percentage of commitments. And, 50%, Andy said 50%, somewhere in that ballpark is probably where you want to be. And so I think we have to be a little careful, and this would, up to Dr. Moore to orchestrate how we, assuming we go forward and we get some of the details in place, how we talk about. People may want confidentiality. People may say, well, you know what? I will give an anonymous challenge. And it can be a dollars and cents challenge. It can be a participation challenge. For example, let's suppose we really want to get, I'm going to pick a community, the Gifford community involved. There's not a lot of people in the Gifford community that are in a position to write a check that probably is going to make a big difference. But to get that community behind that, and if you've got a community of 1,000 people, and I said, I'll tell you what, I'll commit $10,000. And the percentage of that $10,000 you get based on the percentage of those 1,000 residents that contribute. So your $1 contribution is just as valuable as your $5,000. And I've run these participation challenges. We did it through Boys and Girls Club here. Because people will say, well, I can't afford to make a difference, but I want to participate. And if you can say to somebody, you participate, and somebody's going to match you, it makes a big difference psychologically. Everybody's important, particularly for a community fundraising effort like this will be. There's going to be anonymous donors. There's going to be someone that will come along and say, I'll tell you what, I'm not going to be the first $500,000. I'll commit 100, but if you get to this point, I'll kick in another and another and another. Because there's certain people that are professional philanthropists, and we have a number of them in this community. They don't want to make it that easy. And everybody and you mentioned this, Andy, you don't want to stop because all of a sudden you reach this number. So if there's deliverables, if you can get to this point in your project, or you can get to this point in your fund, I will kick in another X number of dollars, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The question is, what will the district contribute? And I'm sort of, maybe at the same time I'm answering questions like Andy is, but also giving you my point of view. And I've discussed this with Cindy and Dr. Moore. If I were structuring this and I had all the votes, I don't know whether 5.5 million is enough. I don't think it is. I think that number's closer to 7. And let's say 6 million of it is specifically for the 5 pieces here, because something's going to come up along the way. We're at a supply chain issue, the cost of concrete, the cost for the building, for example, it could end up being who knows how much more than what the budget says. But I would look to raise somewhere between $500 and $1 million in a maintenance endowment. Maintenance, depreciation, whatever you want to call it. So let's say it's $1 million, because the math's simple. You give it to the Munich Foundation, they have a spend policy. How much of the cash flow can you spend each year without invading principal? And I don't know what theirs is, but let's say it's 4%. That gives you $40,000 a year. That $40,000 a year could be transferred to the district specifically to maintain the fields. Or it could be if the district chose to have an outside, Jofa Beach lawn service to take care of the fields. Or it could be used because, that synthetic track will last a long time. I built them up north for field hockey, for soccer, for football. Down here, they should last longer, but most of these turf fields have a lifespan of somewhere between 7 and 10 years. So if you can take that $1 million, and maybe you don't need to spend the $40,000, and let it compound over time when it comes time to replace your playground equipment because it rusts, or it becomes time to replace a couple of lanes on the track. You've got some money there that's accumulated, and you don't necessarily have to rely on the capital account of the district. But these are all details that, as this thing unfolds, we can deal with. So I think what the district is in a position to contribute is a matter to discuss with Dr. Moore, Mr. Bass, but I think there's an opportunity here to somehow or another chip in there. What's the district going to do? The city of Vero Beach is going to contribute X. The county's indicated an interest of doing something. They're contributing something. These are municipal, public elected, public entities. What can we contribute? And in terms of financing the project, whether the funds are available through the foundation or we go out and raise tax anticipation notes, it's just like, short-term financing to help fund the construction over time, waiting for these contributions that are multi-year commitments to come in, that's easy enough to do. Yep. I don't see that as a problem. I guess those are sort of the highlights. So this is the hard part. I know a lot of the people that Andy and his team interviewed because they've said, I had a nice conversation with Andy. This sounds like an interesting project. This school board, and I'm not necessarily including the 5 of us, but in general, doesn't have the greatest reputation as an oversight committee, largely because the perceived, fair or unfair, dysfunction of the past. And so when you talk about confidence in this school board and our successors, because probably some of us won't be on this school board in year 3 or 4 of this project. I mean, who knows? We don't know. That's something you really can't change. It is what it is in some quarters. But I think the more that we are all on the same page on this thing, the more that whatever Dr. Moore and we decide in terms of engaging a third party like Andy's firm to assist us in whatever way, I think it's asking a lot to put this on Cindy's plate. She's got plenty of other things to do. That doesn't mean that she's not, maybe along with the leadership of the campaign, whoever those people aren't in contact with Andy, but it's certainly worth considering having a role for whether it's Convergent or some other firm to play. The other thing that I would point out along the way is that we've had the benefit of having conversations with interested community members that would be offered their services. Liz Bruner, who is now with the, what is it, Cindy, the senior she left the hospital foundation, and she's with Karen Daigle. It's the senior citizens, whatever it is, that runs the buses and all that stuff.
Senior Association,
That's it.
Senior Resource
Right,
Association.
exactly. I know, has talked with Cindy a number of times. She's met with Dr. Moore. She certainly is available to provide strategic advice on how to deal with naming opportunities. What's the right number to put on a project that's going to cost 1.8 million, that's going to cost, 3, whatever the numbers are. So I think that we can, certainly Elizabeth Thomason from the Boys and Girls Club. I believe, Cindy, you've talked with Elizabeth. I've known Elizabeth for years when she was at St. Ed's, when I was on that board. I think there are people in the community that would be beneficiaries of this project, that would be more than willing to offer advice and support in terms of strategy and approach, introducing them to their constituents in a way that didn't put them in a difficult position with their donors. You don't want to marginalize your own fundraising efforts and direct people in another direction. So I think that's all part of this public-private partnership that Andy has referred to, whether it's Piper, whether it's some of the law firms in town, whether it's Gloria Estefan's hotel, some of the conversations that are going on around the Three Corners. The developers are going to get picked for, whoever the developer is going to be is going to get picked sometime, I would guess, in the next year and a half. It's got to go to a referendum this November. And I'm aware of 2 groups that have been in town and have talked about, again, a public-private partnership. Those are the kinds of organizations that could very well be, to get them involved and help fund it, perhaps put their name on a building, or the broad jump pit or the pole ball fit. You can name the overall field for the Graves family. And I know when I first spoke with Joe, and you've heard the story where I got him on the beach in North Carolina, and he was negotiating with a developer, and there was a lot of noise in the community, that he was gracious enough to donate it to the school district. There are a lot of people that I think appreciate what he's done, and they will definitely chip in and be part of this. Bill Mata, who's run the programs for the kids over there, and some of the, I'm sure a lot of parents in the district have had their kids over playing flag football or soccer, or whatever the other sports are over there, ultimate frisbee. So I think there's a way to identify, and this would be part of a key group of people identifying maybe one from each of your districts that you think has a particular interest and a following. Somebody from, you could get somebody from the Sebastian River High School Athletic Department, for example, who's, certainly from the high schools. But I view this all the way down to the elementary schools. You could get somebody from the 22 schools. You could get somebody from the charter high school. I mean, there's just a lot of ways to get the community involved with different roles to play. There's the people that give, and there's the people that get, the table setters, so to speak. Come to my house for dinner. Now, I don't want to ask for money, but I'm happy to have dinner while Andy or Dr. Moore, whoever it is, talks about this project and why it's important to the community. This is pretty much Ned and the First Reader stuff when it comes to fundraising. So I think that this has the potential to be very successful. Never underestimate how difficult things can be. The markets are very volatile at the moment. Something's going to happen. Interest rates are going to have to be taken up. The markets could get clobbered more than the volatility now, which, of course, then if people are not feeling in a good way because their net worth, their 401ks, whatever it is, maybe they don't feel quite as generous. There's always those kinds of external considerations that you can't anticipate. You just know they're going to be there. But I think that whatever the number we decide on, and I don't think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Moore, I don't know that we're necessarily deciding on any number, but that would be a business meeting discussion anyways. And I'm not certain, frankly, that we ought to be out there talking about a specific number, but more a range to give ourselves the flexibility. But I'm very positive on this. I think there are a few folks that will contribute. I can't tell you how much until you can speak with them with a certain degree of specificity. I cannot emphasize this enough. How this board conducts itself over the next 6 months to a year is going to have a major impact on how successful we can be. And, and it's, we've been in a tough period here with the pandemic and COVID and all the things that everybody's concerned about, but it's really important that this board present itself in a way that the philanthropic community is something that they can support. The hospital, no problem raising money for Cleveland Clinic. It's got a world-class brand. Our museum, the theater, one of the best theaters in the country. No problem with branding around those three major areas. You think about the other successful not-for-profits in this community, from the Learning Alliance to the Boys and Girls Club, and I can go on, the Gifford Youth Achievement Center, Daisy Hope, I mean, I can go VNA, go all around the community. They all are very well perceived because the leadership, the volunteer leadership, and the directors are viewed extremely positively. And I think that's what we need to do as we get into the specifics here and roll this out to the community. I think timing, my own view is that we ought to pretty much have our act together by the end of January. Some of the answers to the questions that you all have asked need to be answered sooner rather than later. And whoever that small group right after the holidays needs to get together with Mr. Bass and Cindy and others, maybe Mr. Seymour as well, and start to put some meat on the bone and come back to the board, maybe at the January board meeting, maybe even a special meeting if we're not quite ready, because I don't think we can wait till the end of February. You want to get to the seasonal residents before they start to depart, which typically is after Easter. I don't know when their Easter is next year, but certainly by the middle of May. And you've got to get a lot of the sort of the groundwork laid, if not some of the bigger commitments that potentially are from that community as opposed to what I'll call the local business and individual community. So those aren't really questions, much as more of trying to take, Andy, what you've said and expand it a bit, and also just offer some commentary based on some of the questions that my fellow board members have asked.
Thank you, Mr. Barefoot, and thank you for your work on this. I know you've put a lot of work in that people may not know, and we appreciate the fact that you're working for the benefit of all kids in this county. Along with Ms. Emerson, thank you for the work that you've done on this, and Mr. Coe, of course. I believe Ms. Rosario has another question.
Yeah, I just had a question. When we're throwing around the word community foundation, so I just want to make sure that we all understand what community foundation we're talking about. Are we talking about the education foundation that we have a partnership with, or are we talking about the school district of Indian River County's community foundation?
Mr. Barefoot, would you like to answer that?
Yeah,
one?
neither.
Okay.
We're talking about the community foundation that was established 10 years ago, that Jeff Pickering is the director of. It has nothing to do with the educational foundation, and we don't have a foundation.
I know, that's why I was questioning.
The community, that's what it's called, the Community Foundation.
Okay.
That Community Foundation, and Andy, you may know, or Dr. Moore, or anybody, but I believe it's basically largely a pass-through foundation, which means that I give money to the foundation and they in turn distribute it. There's a lot of family foundations that are managed by them. I think the amount of money actually under management, and I apologize if I'm off, I don't think it's 100 million, but it's pretty close. Am I correct?
You're right on point.
Yeah. So this is well established in the community. A lot of the people that I know have pieces of their estates managed there. They give money to the foundation, and then each year they'll send them a memo, and they say send $5,000 here, $1,000 there, $4,000. It was all the bookkeeping is handled by the foundation. That's the community foundation we're talking about.
So why why use the Community Foundation and not the Educational Foundation, which we partner with?
Because the Educational Foundation has never been in the capital projects business. This is a capital project. This is not a program-related project.
Okay.
And I would also tell you, Ms. Rosario, I don't think that the Educational Foundation is particularly well-known in the community. I think the Educational Foundation has been around for a long time, since the early 90s, I believe. They support individual initiatives at specific schools, the science fairs, and I don't want to, and I think they're important. And Dr. Moore's interacted with them. I think Cindy, Cindy's now on the board or very close to them. But I think it's entirely different than the role that the Community Foundation would pay, because this is a capital gift, and it will largely function as a pass-through. I'm going to send a check to the Community Foundation,
And they'll
put on
send
the
it right.
bottom of the check, this is for the, the Heart of Vero project, or whatever the official name is, and they in turn will send a check to wherever Mr. Fagan ultimately determines, however we're going to dispense funds for the people that are doing the work on the project.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
All right, so I think the next steps, and I'm going to thank Andy for all of his hard work, and obviously, as mentioned, Ms. Emerson, this has been a very thoughtful work. So being our thought partner in this work is truly, truly appreciated. My recommendation to the board based on the findings of this report, and this is the reason that we took this step. We don't want to take a misstep. We don't want to spend the people's money and not be able to deliver on the projects that's being promised, is to form a group relatively quickly, very similar to what Mr. Barefoot recommended. There are some feedback opportunities based on the information in which you provided, mostly around access, that we can respond to, put together what we believe our recommendation to this board would be, whether it be close your ears, a outside company to help fundraise, do it internally, or whatever the case may be. I didn't want to take those steps until I had this validation. Me as the superintendent, I feel a level of comfort that we now engage staff's time to have those particular conversations. So I do not want to lose the momentum. I can tell you over the last 2 months, you have been in our community and you have created a buzz. And I truly appreciate that. And having the opportunity to bring to this board a recommendation that isn't David Moore's recommendation, it isn't Mr. Fagan's or even Cindy's. Cindy did a great deal of thought thinking around what these specific areas would be. To me, it's a point of pride that we've taken this most appropriate step, and then I'll be able to come back to the board in January immediately with what our immediate next step would be in order to give a length of time in terms of campaign, a recommendation regarding partnership, phasing in or phasing out projects or partnerships with the community, other entities or organizations, to determine, here are the next particular steps. So I think we are in a very, very, very good place, and I look forward to bringing back recommendations to this board. Mr. Barefoot, this is obviously your, in your wheelhouse, for lack of a better way of saying it. I will continue to lean on you for support and advice, and I hope the board would continue to support that as it's made. Some relationship building to get in the right door is very, very easy for me. He even had me Mr. Graves, I think it was over Christmas break last year, trying to broker the deal in which we ultimately absorb the land. So that would be my recommendation, Madam Chair.
Okay. First of all, yes, I absolutely agree with you. Thank you, Mr. Barefoot, for kind of spearheading this for us. There were 2 asks that I also heard from board members during this. I wrote them down. One was about looking into opening school campuses on weekends.
Through the chair, I'll provide an update on that. I'll do it relatively quickly right now. That's a conversation I've had with a number of board members. We are looking into repurposing some of our security in order to provide access. So as Mr. Barefoot mentioned, it's not really a hard thing to do. It's just not a typical thing in Florida. We still need to follow Jessica Lunsford. We still need to have our campuses secure. It's just not as easy as opening the gate. So we're doing some forward thinking to reposition ourselves, provide access without jeopardizing any point of safety for our students. So we're looking into that. And I see Ms. Rosario, Madam Chair, Ms. Rosario has it.
Yeah, we, just to follow up on that, I've been in conversations about this in the past, and one of the concerns that was raised is if the gates for these fields, these open fields were open, someone would have to be there to close them, especially at dusk, because when the sun comes down, there is no lighting available on these fields, and that poses a potential risk, you know, to students or to anyone who's on the fields. If there's no lighting, then we shouldn't really have anybody out there. So I'm not, when you bring this back to us, as you research, if you can see if there's a way to put lighting up there, and then obviously who would open and close, or, you know, the gates so that someone at midnight doesn't have access.
Through the chair, and that's exactly the problem solving that we're in the midst of. I think the majority of the issue is the security of campuses. There's a cost associated with that. Obviously, that's not budgeted in this budget that you all approved, but we are looking at it feverishly. I agree with Ms. Rosario, Mr. Barefoot, all of you. We have playgrounds that I don't think many counties can compete with. We don't want to destroy them, but we don't want them to lie dormant overwhelming majority time of the year. So if there's a will, there's a way, and we will get it figured out.
Yes, sir.
Just a couple on that point. Access points to the beach along A1A, whether it's behind that 7-Eleven, which is Indian River Shores. The Indian River Shores Public Safety Department locks those gates at whatever time it is. If you go 510 across 510 and you don't turn north or south on A1A straight ahead, you access the beach. Those are locked at whatever time they're locked. My guess is that you could get, whether it's the sheriff's office, whoever does that, it's just another stop or two to lock the gates if there's not a way to light, to.
Through the chair, we have staff in our buildings to 9, 10, 11, midnight, depending on the campus. It's just creating the routine. But before we create that routine, we can't provide access and jeopardize the safety and lockdown procedures of our campuses themselves. So that job number one is to determine how we can provide access to the public in non-school hours, while at the same time ensuring that no public has access through that single point of entry.
You know, probably if I could just continue, it's one thing to protect the buildings. I think that my guess is that the concern way back when was vandalism, more of the buildings, not the fields. Not that there's some nuts out there not riding a motorcycle or a dirt bike on a baseball field. But perhaps, and this is all part of what you're trying to, you know, maybe realigning some of the fencing in a way that better protects the buildings themselves and maybe makes more access available to the ball field. I mean, Storm Grove right down the street. I drive by there as you all do coming in here. To not have those fields, other than when school's open, available, I mean, just if it was on, you know, 57th Street here, it would be amazing. So I'm sure you'll figure it out.
I got it.
Dr. Jones, I saw your hand
Well, I was
raised.
just going to say, everything changed after Jessica Lunsford. I mean, I was a high school principal at that time, so kind of everything changed as far as people coming on campus, people using our facilities and so forth. And most of our lights are on timers. You know, we set it Monday through Friday for a certain time, or game night, they don't go off till midnight. So I'm always thinking as a principal, and obviously we want people to be able to use the fields, but, you know, we have to really make sure that we have security, or what the rules are, or how our lights will be turned on and off, and go from there.
All right. That second item that I'm going to bring up Superintendent Susie, ready? All right. I heard bringing back, we can't vote on this because we're in workshop, but I do hear a consensus that we kind of want to move forward unless there's somebody that really has an objection. I think that for the January meeting, I heard that we would like a presentation then on where we are with this project.
Fine.
So we're asking the superintendent to bring this back for the January meeting.
Through the chair, hopefully it's an item we can take action on, would be my hope.
Okay. All right. With that, I guess we'll move on.
Yes, Madam Chair, I will dismiss cabinet so they can go and do their work, with the exception of Mr. Bass, because he's on the agenda later, and as well as Dr. Jacobs.
Yes, thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Coe.
We are spending the next portion of our meeting engaging in the conversation around dialogues. This was an item that the board collectively has a desire to complete. Dr. Jones initially brought the item, so I will turn it over with the chair's permission to Dr. Jacobs, who will continue to facilitate this conversation. And as she set it up, there is some new information that we learned at FSBA. Our chair has placed an additional information on that, so I'll leave that to the discretion of the chair. After Dr. Jacobs is done, she can facilitate that conversation and turn it back to you so you can point out the things that you would like to discuss.
Sure. Dr. Jacobs, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Thank
Good
you, Dr.
afternoon.
Jacobs.
So it's been a while. I know that as we were scheduled last time for this board protocol, we didn't quite make it to this section. So what I'd like to do first is kind of reacclimate ourselves to where we were, and also some of the information that has been added. I know, Ms. Berenborg, you had citizen input, an example of information added to that. I would like, prior to us getting started, for you to share what you would like to about that. Also, at our last scheduled session, Dr. Schiff was not going to be able to make it, so she had a couple of pieces of feedback that I think we should go back and review, because as I looked to some of the information we were going to discuss today, it, again, some of the points that she made reappeared in there. So, Ms. Berenborg, if first you would like to share about the citizen input form that you added and how you would like it to be a part of this conversation.
Sure, we don't have two of the board members here right now, and I really was hoping all 5 board members would be here when we talked about this. I do know they just stepped out of the room for a second. But board members, I did send you a citizen input paper that I had read in the June business meeting. And if you'll recall, that was a meeting that was about the curriculum and instruction. And that was a really productive meeting. I will say the citizen input was really well done and well received, and it was really a smooth meeting. I can't say it was because of this sheet, but I can say that people were very respectful. And what I want to do is, instead of it being from the chair, I think it needs to be from the board. And so I'm asking board members if you would like to look at this. Of course, it said vice chair, so we're going to get rid of that part. But if there's something, I sent it to you, it was sent to you. It's attached to the item. Thank you. So if you'll bring it up, it was, it says citizen input on it. These are the guidelines for citizen input according to school board policy 0169.1. We are, in the past, we have read the guidelines for citizen input. They are very similar to this, except for the part where, at the bottom, as board members listen to citizens without interruption, citizens are asked to give board members the same respect. And then also per the statute 1001. I actually have talked to some citizens that have spoken at our meetings, and they didn't realize some of the statutes concerning citizen input. So I think that when you read this, it's not, we're not, I don't think, threatening in any way, but I also think in the fact that we've had some very, very interesting things that have happened in meetings across the United States, not just our meetings, that in order for our meetings to be productive and to have decorum, it's important that people understand that there are rules that we go by, and First Amendment rights do not give you a right to say anything you want. And I was very, very careful with asking about that, especially since something came up at the last meeting. I have also had conversation with our attorney that's here today, Mr. Carson, about First Amendment rights and what people are allowed to say and what they can't say, and what the board can do about that and what we can't do about that. So I appreciate the fact that you were very helpful with that. Is there anything you'd like to say on that?
I'll just add that you're sure you've all noticed, certainly as an education lawyer,
Can you pull that mic up closer to you? Sorry.
Certainly, I'm
But
sorry.
you are,
I also speak
you are
loud.
on camera right now, sir.
Okay, great. It benefits nobody when a school board meeting devolves and decorum is lost and that respect is lost. Florida law doesn't permit that. First Amendment case law, as I understand it, doesn't permit that. And so myself, Molly Shattuck, when she's sitting here, we want to continue to work with the board to make sure that we can have productive meetings and that respect and decorum is maintained.
Okay, thank you, sir. So there were some things that came up in our training at FSBA. I know that Doc Jones also attended the same training. We both went to the leadership training. And I took notes and asked questions. And then I came back and asked the board attorney, the new attorney's office, the same questions because I wanted to make sure that we are following the law and we are being respectful to our citizens and also respectful to our board members who've been elected to serve. So I want to make sure that we're following through with that respect on all areas for all people. Okay, so thank you for answering that question.
Yes, ma'am.
Appreciate that. Board members, this was something that I had read back in June. And what I want it to be, again, is not just from the board chair. I want it to be from board members. So in other words, you have the right to, add, edit, whatever you feel, but this is probably the time to speak up about this so that we have something that we can read. Because in the past, it's only been the board chair that's read whatever's read before citizen input. And I'm asking as the new chair to, for your input on what you would like to see that we do. So, who would like to speak?
I'll go.
Okay, go ahead, Dr. Jones.
The one thing at the training with FSBA, not just during our leadership training, they talked about protocols and treating board members with respect, and it is the business of the board for this meeting. I know it's in a public setting, but it's the business of the board. And just as someone who's been in the community a long time, we have so much work to do. And I love it when we have our workshops and our discussions to talk about, what's coming up in the school district. And Mr. Barefoot really expressed it well as far as, our protocol among all of us here, and then listening to the citizens. I've been on the board for a year now. I listen to everyone speak. And of course, they should give us the same respect as far as, not shouting out from the audience or anything like that. So are you going to give the warning at the beginning about not interrupting, or how are you going to do that?
Well, if you look at this, it says, I need to remind everyone to direct all comments to the chair, not to individual board members or the superintendent. Board members may or may not address any citizen input statements at the end of the citizen input comments. And then the next bullet, I think, is what you're referring to. As board members listen to citizens without interruption, citizens are asked to give board members the same respect. If you'll recall, in the leadership training that we went to, if someone is outbursting, then I have to give them an individual warning before any action can be taken beyond that.
So you give the individual warning. If it happens again, then action will be taken.
Yes.
Okay.
In other words, this isn't a warning, this isn't everybody's first warning by making this statement.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Sure, Dr. Schiff?
So I apologize, I had to step out for a minute, so may have missed some significant information in what you're saying. So bear with me for a second if I did. In what I hear you saying, if something is disruptive, you will, I'm repeating back to make sure I understand this. You are suggesting that you will give a warning. If then that happens again repeatedly by the same person, action will be taken, but we're not defining what that action is.
Okay, so would you like to know?
I would love to. Thank you.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I needed a break.
No, I understand. The board chair has to, by law, give an individual warning to someone that's makes an outburst, okay? And that is a warning. It's up to that board chair to decide whether or not that warning was enough, or another reminder, or whether or not to stop right there. Just to give you an idea, I had typed something up back in June. I didn't have to use it, but I had it ready, and I went through it with the attorney before the meeting. I never had to read it, never had to say any of it. If you'd like, I'd be able to read it for you.
I don't want to take the board's time if you've already
Okay.
done this. Yes, I would like to hear it, but,
The one thing I will tell you is, a person has to be given the respect of being told that they were out of order before anything else can be done. The meeting can be recessed, and if you'll notice in this packet, it refers to that here. And I think after we go through the board protocols with you, then I was going to go through this packet and show you where in here, what would happen after somebody's been warned.
so action taken is at the discretion, and I'm asking questions.
Sure.
There's no agenda that I'm looking for here. Action taken could mean anything from the board chair would call a recess of the board to, at a certain level of disruption, that person might be asked to leave or might be removed. And the distinctions about that would be at the discretion of the chair. Is that what I'm hearing?
That is correct.
Is there anything that would give, so this is really a question for the board. Is there anything that the board would want to see so that the public would know what those distinctions are? So if you are warned more than once, X could happen. If you are physically disruptive, I'm making this up, Y could happen. Is there any reason we would want, and I'm also going to look at you, Mr. Carson, any value to being more specific in that so that we are really clear up front with exactly what our expectations and obligations are?
Yeah, I would love clarity, actually. And that is why I'm bringing this item forward, is, giving you guys the opportunity to give input to this statement that's read before citizen input, for one thing. The next one, you're kind of, this is what we're talking about right now. You're kind of jumping to action of what would happen if something.
Oh, so now all we're doing is saying.
This is, all we're talking about right now
Should we
is,
have a statement?
right, is this,
And then is the specificity of the statement.
exactly.
Got it.
Okay. So in other words, this statement was read in June. My question to you guys, as board members, is whether or not you would like this statement continue to be practiced this way. This was the statement, Mr. Barefoot, that you had asked me for in the past. Or do you have something that you think needs to be adjusted, changed, added to this? That is what I'm asking for right now.
There is one thing, you may already have addressed this.
The vice chair part?
yeah.
Yeah, that's been removed. for
Figured
them.
that was, okay. And just to clarify, I know we're all taking a second glance at it, which is not to suggest that we haven't looked at it. It's that now that we're sitting in the meeting and reviewing it together, I think we're all just taking a minute to have a second glance.
Sure. This is an attachment for the board. I will say that one thing we learned in leadership is it's not the board chair's decision as to who might become penalized for their behavior at a meeting. It is the board's chair's decision to who can be removed from a meeting, but not to be who is arrested from the meeting. That is definitely up to law enforcement. Okay?
Yeah, yeah.
Because I have been asked why I didn't ask for that, or a chair in the past has asked for that, and that is the reason.
Yeah, I agree with that. So I think my response to this at the moment would be, yes, I think it's appropriate. And as we move forward, we consider that we may want to come back and refine it.
That's fine, just like our policies.
Yeah.
That is fine. Everything in here up until I believe it's the last 3 bullet points was already been said in the past. So if that helps you, the last 3 bullet points are the ones that have been added.
Actually, I do have another question. And this is attentive to, or with reference to, like, right now, we're speaking about this board and this configuration. Moving forward, there could be a different board and different configuration. What would be, if a board member, so, and please don't take this as I'm suggesting at the moment this would happen. If a board member were to want to recommend that the chair take action on something, or call a recess, or some such thing, and the board chair had a different interpretation, what would be a process for that? Would an individual board member be able to say, sir or madam chair, I'd like to request that?
Any board member has that right to do any time.
Because we tend not to do that. We have tended in the past on this board to leave it to the discretion of the individual, sorry, I looked
Oh,
at
you're
you as
talking
the
about
immediate
speaking-
past chair.
Are you talking about speaking to citizens, or are you
No, I'm talking
Okay.
about if there were an instance where an individual board member felt that action should be taken, but the board chair was not taking that action, we've tended to leave that to the discretion of the chair, and we've tended not to intervene to allow the courtesy and respect and dignity to the chair. As long as we're discussing it at this moment, I'm wondering if we would want to create a process whereby, if such a thing were appropriate, we would have a,
that's coming later in this?
got it? All right,
Okay.
I'm still jumping the gun.
Because, yeah, I did ask about that.
That's coming later, where?
This packet that you received.
Oh,
Okay. The question again is everyone okay with adding those last 3 bullets? Ms. Rosario?
Dr. Shifton? Dr. Shifton?
Yeah, I'm fine.
So I pulled up our policy on public participation at board meetings, and I think it's important, if we're going to have this discussion, to make sure that you all pull that policy up as well, so that you can cross-reference and make sure that what Mrs. Berenborg is requesting or suggesting does not conflict with our policy. The policy is 0169.1. It is public participation at board meetings. I have not seen, a conflict, with what you're recommending and with what is in our policy. And I think that's important, that if we're going to have this discussion, that we make sure that we have all the information in front of us so that we're making the right decision. So in other words, we don't want to create a protocol that
Supersedes,
contradicts,
right.
not supersedes. The protocols won't ever supersede a policy or statute, but that doesn't conflict, right? That doesn't contradict what our policy says. So, go back there because I've got all these tabs open. So what you are recommending or suggesting, you said were the last 3 bullets. Is that correct?
Yes, and this is something that I did speak with Ms. DeAgresta back in June, and we went through the school board policy to make sure that it was within the policy. I do believe I spoke to Mr.
What-
Carson about it as well.
What is contradictory is that it says during the meeting, board members may or may not address. Where is that?
That's 3rd from the last bullet on here. That is something we added.
Yeah, board members may or may not address. I think that is actually in our policy. So let me
Correct.
pull that, I got to pull them up side by side. In our policy, what does our policy say about that? Let's see. I think the policy says, I'm reading it now, that board members can.
So do you want the word may changed to the word can?
Well, no, that's why I just want to double check here, so, hold on. don't see it.
And again, I have talked to 2 attorneys about this. And the wording may or may not was the one that was suggested by Ms. DeGresta, actually. Because that came up in our former policy, we didn't have that, just so you know. And then there was a discussion by this board of every once in a while, there is something that a citizen brings to us that we feel bad that they're sitting there and we're not saying anything. And so that's why we went ahead and put that in there. It doesn't necessarily mean we're going to be speaking to every item, but every once in a while, somebody brings up something that, you know, is something we should speak to.
No, I think that we should have it in there. I just wanted to make sure our policy didn't,
Okay.
you know,
so-
have something opposite. I don't see anything in there that has anything, you know, that's opposed to that third bullet from the bottom.
Okay.
As board members listen to citizens without interruption, this is the second bullet from the bottom. Citizens are asked to give board members the same respect.
Mhm.
That's not a board protocol. Or
No,
you
this
want-
isn't a
this is-
protocol. This is a statement to be read before citizen input. It's
So
not
why
a
are we having
protocol.
this discussion during protocols? We
She
should
brought-
have this discussion at another time.
I don't
Or
think so.
we can add it to the protocols.
I don't think so, Ms. Rosario. I think this is a pertinent topic.
Well, we can add it. Why not add it?
I did add it. That's why she said we're
Well,
going to.
that's what I just said, and you
she
said,
did
no,
say-
we didn't.
She stated at the beginning that we were going to discuss this first before we went to protocol.
But are we going to add this to our protocols in terms of an attachment or a document or meeting protocols? Are we going to add that there? Or is this just an open conversation?
May I?
Yes, please.
So I looked at this document, and the reason why I asked Ms. Berenborg to go first is there is some overlap between our board protocols and some of the content within this document. So it is within the context of what we'll be doing today. If you look on the last 4 bullets, I looked through our document of board protocols. Those 4 bullets are reflected in our board protocols as well. So it was just important for me, if you all make any changes to this or somebody was not in agreement, that I ensured that I incorporated information that was reflective of what is agreed upon. So I felt like as we go to finalize this, because we're very close, that everything was in alignment.
One of the meetings that I attended during the FSBA conference, and there was a discussion just now about a warning, giving a citizen a warning, giving them the opportunity for that, and possibly a second, what would be next? Do you immediately remove the person from the room, or do you give a second warning? And what came up wasn't if someone was calling out from their seat, it was a citizen at the podium. If what other boards have done is if someone at the podium is, you know, saying inappropriate things while they have the mic on them, what they have done is give a warning. If it continues, even within the 3 minutes, they'll shut off the camera or they'll shut off the mic. But somehow or another, we've removed the camera. So if we had the camera, that could be a second thing. We need to put the camera back on for other security purposes as well.
Yes, please.
Discussed at the last meeting, so we will have the room this evening will be as pre-pandemic.
Yeah,
So,
the seats are all coming back in and the camera's going back on.
On the citizens during citizen input. So what I'm suggesting here is to consider, I don't know if you want to add it in there, that wherever the warning is, first, or maybe a separate bullet that says, you know, if a citizen at the podium during citizen input is saying something and a second warning isn't done, that the microphone will be turned off, or, you know, something to that effect.
Do you want to?
So that we're not immediately rushing to kick people out. I don't want to,
Right.
you know.
Do you want to bring that up about the microphone? Because I've already asked about this.
Ask and you shall receive, Madam Chair.
Oh, really?
So we just need to establish the protocol to silence the room and as well as what was being broadcasted. So we just need to create the structure so Ms. Maddox knows to have staff turn that off. But we do now have the ability to do that.
Well, what other boards have done is the chair has just said, turn the mics off.
Yeah, and it could be as easy as that. It could,
Okay.
Do we want to write that in there, or do we want to just assume that we're all going to know what it is? Because if that's going to be a protocol or a practice, then we need to write it in there. We
So,
need to add that bullet
so
in
how
there.
about the second bullet from the bottom? As board members listen to citizens without interruption, citizens are asked to give board members the same respect. Next sentence, if something is deemed inappropriate by the chair will ask for the microphone to be turned off immediately.
Well, no. There was a first warning.
No,
Please
if
don't
somebody's
use that.
saying, if somebody is saying something, yes, there'll be a warning. But if somebody continues to say something that's
Right.
obscene or
The
inappropriate,
continual, right.
right, it will be shut off,
Right. I'm okay with that.
okay?
So to be clear, we're talking about the content of what's being said, and if what's being said is deemed inappropriate for a public meeting at which parents and children and families and others are present or listening,
Right.
that there will be a warning, and then if the warning is not heeded, that the microphone will be turned off.
Is everyone okay with
Well,
it?
I wasn't talking about content, I was talking about
But I was.
mannerisms. So, yelling and screaming, or, calling out board members,
Okay,
or,
so-
whatever it is. Because if that is the case, then,
I asked specifically about those items, actually. I
Right,
asked
so I
about board members' names being called out, and I asked specifically about people that elevate their conversation or get a little too, I don't know if the
Physical.
term is out of control, but,
Yeah.
very heated.
yeah.
Mr. Carson, would you like to speak about that? I did ask him about
Well,
this.
let me just preface your comments on this, because I understand that First Amendment rights are very important, and I do not want to silence, so that's why I'm not suggesting the content, although if it's legal, then we have to follow what the law says, but
Sure, through the chair. What I'm hearing, the discussion I'm hearing, the school board's policy, the proposed statement, these are all content neutral. They are not based on the content, but more other factors or considerations
Right.
beside the content of the speech. There's two main things that I would suggest the board consider if they are to add additional steps. Rather than create new language, maybe stick with the language that exists in statute or that exists in policy, because, and I know you all have reviewed the statute speaks to somebody interfering with the expeditious or orderly process of the meeting. What does that look like? It could look like a number of things, but that would be a situation where the chair, the presiding officer is the word in the statute, but presumably that would be the chair, unless it's not for whatever reason, would issue a warning, and after a warning is issued, if I shouldn't paraphrase, so I won't, if there's a continued interference with the orderly process of the meeting, it could result in removal. It sounds like the consideration is adding an additional step in there that wouldn't conflict with the statute, and it seems to me that would be something that would be within the purview or the authority of the board. The second thing, though, I would suggest is rather than, again, make up new language, either stick with the language that's in that statute or the policy where the presiding officer may, and this was the statute you just referred to, interrupt, warn, or terminate a participant's statement when the statement is too lengthy, abusive, or obscene. So that's different, right? That's talking about public, I'm sorry?
can you repeat that, please?
Sure. The presiding officer may interrupt, warn, or terminate a participant's statement when the statement is too lengthy, which I guess in our
Over the
case
3
would be
minutes.
over three minutes, abusive, or obscene. And so that's, that provision appears to be directed primarily to the public participation, whereas the statute could be anybody in the building, whether they are participating in the public participation portion of the meeting, or if they're sitting in the back of the room and just being loud, interrupting the orderly operation of a meeting.
And I think the definition of abusive and obscene are what I asked, because at what point does the chair make the decision that it's abusive? I asked whether or not board members' names could be yelled out or any of that.
Right, and that's not as well defined an area of the law, which is all I can speak to. Best practices, certainly Robert's Rules of Order, which I understand has been adopted by the board to kind of fill in the gaps where policy is silent, would suggest that it's less appropriate to refer to a board member by name as it would be to say, a board member spoke to this item and said this issue, or provided this commentary. But we can't guarantee that with folks. So what becomes abusive is going to be a judgment call for the presiding officer. Obscene has a specific definition both in Florida law and in the case law throughout the country. I don't know. I'm not ready to make or provide advice as to whether or not items that have been brought to this board, commentary that's been provided to this board, meets that level or not. There's three different elements. I know, Madam Chair, when we spoke, we went through those elements. I know we spoke briefly, so it was fairly quickly.
Mr. Person, could you just move the microphone closer?
Yes,
so I
ma'am.
can
I
hear you better?
apologize.
Thank you.
I'm supposed to be better at speaking loudly and projecting my voice. You know, there's elements that have to be met, and certainly considering the type of meeting, those that would be potentially watching the meeting, either online or in person, the age range of the folks. I think it's something that we need to be mindful of, the chair needs to be mindful of, given some of the comments that have come up in recent meetings that I've watched. So I could speak to that in more detail if you'd like, but it gets to be fairly into the weeds fairly quickly.
Yeah, because I specifically asked about people's First Amendment rights, because in that first board meeting that I was presiding, I was concerned about some statements that were being made in public on camera. And so I asked specifically whether or not those statements could be cut off, and I was told First Amendment rights. So I asked specifically at the training and at the FSBA training, there was, I'm sure some of you attended, the one with the attorney who happens to work with you, and brought up First Amendment rights as well. So I specifically asked about whether or not someone can say something with a live broadcast that would make somebody feel uncomfortable and would not be allowed to be broadcast on TV. And the answer is, I have the right to stop it. Okay? And so that will happen.
For abusive or obscene?
Yes.
I'm sorry. So the obscene, oh, may I, Madam Chair?
Yes.
So the obscene, the question on obscenity that you referenced in that statute, 847, is very clear because there are definitions there that define all sorts of things of what is obscene, pornographic, vulgar, inappropriate. But for the most part, the way I have understood 847 and the entire chapter of that statute is that it is primarily addressing instructional materials. So the instructional materials should not have all of these things, and then there are definitions of what each one of those things are. There's a definition of bestiality, there's a definition of, you know, what is sexual whatever, and blah, 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 blah. And then it goes into 847.012, I think it is, I can't believe I'm remembering this, that has the instructional materials, the process of which we should identify, and those things that are within our instructional materials that have these things have no place
But
in our
Ms.
schools,
Rosario,
essentially.
we're talking about
But
citizen input right now.
I know, I'm getting to my point.
Please.
But as you mentioned, obscenity, I'm thinking of that statute, because I'm thinking, should the viewpoint of the chair be any different than what is written in our statute with regard to expectations of what are, or definitions of what are obscenity? Because I would say no, they should be the same. So how the chair interprets what is obscene, wouldn't that kind of be the same thing as what is defined by the law as what is obscene?
Through the chair.
Please.
So when I think of the definition of obscenity, I think of the statute you referenced, which defines obscenity. The definition of obscenity in Florida law mirrors the definition that has been used repeatedly in case law throughout the country, is handed down by the Supreme Court years and years ago. When you talk about educational materials,
Right.
it may pull on the same definition, but it's not the same analysis.
Okay.
At least that would be my
Okay.
interpretation of it. It's not the same analysis, because the last element is obscenity, or obscene means the status of material which, taken as a whole, lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. Taken as a whole, I think, is the operative part of that phrase, meaning when you're looking at instructional materials or materials that are in the library, you have to look at the material as a whole.
Right.
Whereas what I've seen in school board meetings, not necessarily here, but in other parts of the state and country, folks coming in and taking a segment. So you don't have the benefit of the whole. You don't have the benefit of the work in its entirety. You have a highlight of a specific segment, whether that's appropriate for the age group that might hear it, whether that be online or in person. I think that goes into whether or not it's obscene for the purpose it's used in a school board meeting versus the review that the appropriate group would do or perform when determining whether or not the instructional material is obscene for purposes of the statute dealing with instructional materials.
Okay,
So-
so what I'm asking
So
for,
that was
what I'm
for
asking for Mrs.
instructional.
Rosario,
Let me
Mrs.
finish, let
Rosario.
me finish, please.
Mrs. Rosario.
So basically what
This
you
is my
said.
item. Can I finish, please?
Can I finish my thoughts? Because it's going to help you.
Because you're bringing, but
No,
you're
it's
bringing
going to help.
up,
It's going to help you.
and is this for citizen input?
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm trying to keep us on
Because
track.
this is
Okay,
what he clarified, that what I
Okay.
was asking for was really with regard to instructional materials, which means that you, as the chair, have the ability to interpret what is, or understand what is
I've had lots of
obscene,
conversations
separate
with the
from.
attorneys already.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay?
So it's,
Please, keep it to citizen
Helps you.
input so we can get going and finish our protocols. That's what I'm
that's
trying
what
to
it
do.
is.
Okay,
That's
go
what we're
ahead.
talking about, citizen input.
Go ahead.
I just did.
All right, so we're good. My question is, and this is what I was trying to wrap up and say, is there anything on these 3 bullet points at the end that you have a problem with? Because I have the right to just say this. I'm asking for board help in this. I'm asking for you guys to give input.
This is my first input. Here we go.
Yes, Dr. Jones.
Thank you. In the breakout session that we attended, Ms. Mariborg, and then the one by the attorney, I took a few notes. It's sad that we even have to discuss this, but we're all professionals up here. We know what an orderly meeting is. We know what it is. We really don't have to really discuss that much. 1001-372 talked about board chair, and if Ms. Berenborg wants someone's removed, that person shall be removed. That's number 1. The abusive and obscene, whether it's read from a book or anywhere, we model what we expect. And that's what we want to do for our schools and so forth. So I would like to request that that be stopped immediately if anyone goes there. I had several calls about that. As far as where we want to go with citizen input, I think this is good, the last 3 things that you added. We are, as board members, to sit here and listen and be respectful. And if we want to say anything at the end, we may, if we feel that it's necessary. But as Mr. Barefoot said earlier, you know, again, we were elected by our constituents to do a job. And I want to make sure in our board discussions, workshops, board agendas, that we keep focused on our kids, period. What we had earlier with this community foundation was excellent. That will be something that our kids and our parents and our grandkids will be able to use. Those are the kind of things we need to move forward on. So again, we're all professionals. We know what we want in an orderly meeting. We know how to act. We can disagree with respect, and we move on. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I would simply add that given the professionalism of the meeting to which we are committed, that we ask that also of people in our room when we are conducting professional board business meetings.
I believe second bullet from the end possibly addresses that.
Well, I don't disagree, and giving board members the same respect is not quite the same as giving the respect to the job, the room, and the community. So giving us respect is one thing about how you interact with us. A citizen may bring something that does not appear necessarily disrespectful to an individual board member, but as we've continued to discuss, and we don't need to belabor it, is not necessarily appropriate in this time, space, and place, given the professionalism and given, again, as Dr. Jones said, what Mr. Barefoot referred to earlier about the perception of this board in the community.
Yes. And that's where I'm striving to go with this, is earning that respect back.
Thank you,
Agree.
Ms. Barrenborg.
Thank you. All right. Are you ready to continue with the protocol? Okay. It's all yours.
Go.
You could have had a seat during this whole thing.
All right, just to show where we have been and where we are at now, we are to meeting expectations. We really don't have a whole lot left, and we will be done. I do want to review over some key asks that you all had at our last meeting that we were together. If you go to page 14 of your materials that have all the draft protocols in there, you will see on, that's where the latest revision appears. And then page 15 at the bottom, you will see the bullet that says individual board members may not call a special meeting without the support of at least 2 other board members. What was requested was that a very specific process was laid out to clearly identify how that would occur if a special board meeting was called. And so in consulting with Ms. DeGresta, she and I worked together to lay out very specific steps, so that language has been added there.
Dr. Jacobs?
Yes.
Did you get a copy of this, by the way?
I
of
did
what
not.
I've referred to? Okay, I didn't know if you shared that with her. Because in the leadership training, they specifically suggested that boards, and most boards in the room were doing this, and we weren't, using the board attorney to be the conduit for a special meeting, not the board secretary.
Interesting.
Yes,
Okay.
That's actually a good idea.
it is a good idea.
It's a wonderful idea.
So my suggestion would be then to add that to that.
All right, will do.
Okay. Is
I will make a
everyone
note
okay
to
with
that.
that?
Wait,
And so essentially, I'm changing out the executive assistant for the board attorney as a
Yes.
point of contact. All right, that can happen. Then if you look on page 16, we had a lot of discussion, and it's the second bullet, main bullet from the bottom. The superintendent establishes board meeting agendas in consultation with the board chairperson. So I captured, we had the conversation about the number of days, et cetera, and so all of that information was captured there as well. I also would like to point your attention to pages 17 and page 18. At our last meeting, we did not get to board protocols. Dr. Schiff, I know that you were unable to be at that meeting, but you had sent me feedback, 2 points of feedback that I do want to bring to everyone's attention because I think it's important to take a relook at that. So under board chairperson, vice chairperson, it's the first bullet. It says neither the school board chairperson nor the vice chairperson has greater authority than any other school board member. The school board chairperson has the authority to call special meetings of the board. So Dr. Schiff's commentary was the second sentence contradicts the first. And when I looked at it, it does
Yeah.
contradict the first.
It sure
So
does.
I think that is something that we need to address on there. I almost wonder if we just struck the first sentence, because I also found, I think, as we're talking about removal from the meeting of somebody who's disrupting the meeting, the chairperson does it. So there's another example of specially designated authority. Ms. Rosario?
Yeah, I think I think we're conflicting, we're confounding we're mixing some two very various items here. All right, let me get my thoughts in order. The first sentence is accurate. Neither the school board chairperson nor the vice chairperson has greater authority than any board member. And I understand, I'd like to keep that because what it's, maybe word it differently, but what it's intending to say is that no one here has greater authority than anyone else. Outside of the business of running the meetings, that's where the chair and the vice chair run the meetings. But in other words, I'm going to use Terry for it. Terry's not my boss. Terry doesn't tell me what to do. Terry doesn't, I guess, we are all responsible to police, all of us, to police each other. But not that one is greater than the other in terms of hierarchy or status or title or anything like that. So I'd like to keep the first sentence. The second sentence, however, I find conflicts with what we just mentioned, that you put down with regard to collaborating with Suzanne when she was here, of who calls a special meeting. Anyone can call a special meeting so long as there is two other board members that are willing to participate in that calling of that special meeting. So what we should strike is that second sentence and leave the first sentence.
Other thoughts?
What page is that exactly on?
17,
Can I
We're on
respond to
18.
that?
we're on 18, the first, or 17, the first
Just lost
bullet.
it. Where'd it go? There it is.
Although it is true that the chairperson does have the ability to call a special meeting, but so do all board members. All board members have the right to call a special meeting so long as there is,
No, these are two different things.
but except for, what?
The board chair has the authority on his or her own to call a special meeting. The board chair does not require two other board members.
Correct.
A board member who is not the chair requires two other board members. That's the distinction.
Okay, no, I'm not disagreeing.
Okay, but you just said something different.
Okay, maybe I didn't.
Yeah, it's happened
To
in the
say it.
past. Our first year on the board, it happened a lot, where there were special board meetings that were called.
So I'm okay with removing that second sentence there because that second sentence doesn't
No,
really.
the second sentence is
support the
correct. The
first-
board chair has the authority to call special meetings.
What I was going to say is go back to that previous page, remove this sentence here, go back to the previous page that you just mentioned, the special meeting, add in there that the board chair can call a special meeting and doesn't need two other board members.
And individually call a special meeting.
However,
Correct.
that will then be under the section superintendent role and authority. This is not the superintendent's role and authority, it's the board
Board chair.
chairperson's role and authority.
Then add a separate bullet because I think these two sentences are two totally different things.
Correct, and the first sentence, given the second sentence and other things we've mentioned, is incorrect. The board chairperson or the board chair does have greater authority in these two things that we've mentioned.
I don't think it's authority. I think the role is different. It's not authority. The role of the chairperson has the role, has it within their role to act in that capacity, but not authority over another
Well, this
over
doesn't
another
say
board member.
authority over other board members. It says, it's
Greater
discussing
authority.
authority of the process by which
Any
meetings are
authority.
conducted.
Greater
It's not other board
authority is
members.
different from role.
Yeah, I don't
Can I
mind
ask for-
striking the word authority and substituting for another word, that's
Okay.
fine.
May I ask for your thoughts on the wording there, authority versus some other word?
Through the chair, this isn't necessarily legal advice, but listening to the conversation, I'm wondering if adding a provision such as except as provided elsewhere, the school board chairperson and the vice chairperson have no greater authority than any other school board member. That way, we're noticing that there are certain times where they do, but to your point, Member Rosario, but that's not to say that outside of those specific areas.
Right.
They do. So
Thank
either
you.
either adding something to the effect of, except as provided elsewhere, or except as provided elsewhere herein related to running a meeting.
Okay.
I like that.
So my thought is, we split those two bullets into two different separate, since they're together right now. So it would then read, neither the school board chairperson nor the vice chairperson has greater authority than any other school board member except as provided elsewhere. And then the next bullet would say the school board chairperson has the authority to individually call special meetings of the board.
That's fine.
Yep.
And then, as we just discussed, do we want or need to put something in here that the school board chair has the authority to, again, I don't know the right word here, remove, sanction, recess, however we want to structure that, as we just discussed at length?
So that does appear in a different section
Okay, sorry,
in
okay.
protocols. So in our meeting section, there is a bullet
Okay.
that addresses that particular role of the chair.
Okay, sorry.
And can I add to that? Mara, Dr. Schiff, there's a bullet on the 1, 2, 3, 4. The fourth bullet down kind of alludes to that as well, that the board chair officiates and runs all duly convened board meetings. So within the responsibility of running the duly,
Well,
convened board meetings,
given the
She
specificity
would
with
have
which
to-
we're crafting these protocols,
yeah.
and given how much time we just spent discussing exactly this, I think it's worth noting somewhere, because directing, running the duly convened meetings and supported by the school board attorney is not the same as the specific authority which we are granting, delegating, acknowledging to the board chair.
Okay. All right, so the next kind of piece we need to tie up is, I know Dr. Schiff had a question about the last bullet in that same section. The board chairperson will serve as a spokesperson for the board at events. So essentially, the question is, what happens if the board chair is not available? Should there be some language in there saying that in the absence of the board chair, the vice chair will fulfill this role?
It's there. It says the vice chairperson will assume the role of the chairperson when the chair is not present.
There you go.
Okay, so that's further, where are you at, Ms. Rosario?
I'm at 1,
Oh,
2,
I see.
3, 4, 5, 6
Okay.
bullets down.
So we're okay with it not being in that next section? All right. So we are headed on to where we left off. We are at the very bottom, meeting expectations. You will find meeting expectations on, yes, 18, and if you want to see all the feedback right in front of you, page 35. So the first bullet that we're going to review is school board members are expected to model appropriate behavior, including courtesy, active listening, and respect. Ms. Berenborg's comment, and the comments are in blue, just to remind you, the added language is in red, is that she agrees this needs to be cleaned up. Dr. Schiff, she has added, school board members are expected to model appropriate behavior, including courtesy, active listening, and respect for one another, the superintendent, and the public. So there's that for one another and on is the added language. And then Ms. Rosario added respect and appropriate language. So I am going to start with Ms. Berenborg. Thoughts on any changes on that particular bullet?
So this is pertaining to on the dais?
Yes.
Or all the time? That's a clarification I'd like.
This is meeting expectations, so
Okay.
my assumption is that it's when you're on the dais.
Right, and I would assume that we all would agree that we all should be respectful to each other, courteous, and have active listening.
Okay.
I think it gets a little frustrating for a board member when they're being interrupted, number one, but also frustrating for the chair, and I've seen this in the past, where the chair is trying to get a hold of the meeting and a board member won't back down or stop. And I think that that's a little frustrating for the board chair, too.
Okay. And that certainly, when we look at active listening in its most comprehensive form, those very behaviors that you're talking about would fall under active listening. So, Ms. Rosario?
What I'm looking at doesn't look like that. In my notes, I don't have that.
So are you on
Where-
page
That's why I'm going to
35?
this now.
35?
Yes.
35 is in board meetings. This is board meetings, right? Oh,
This is
meeting expectations. So why do we have two separate? Why don't we just,
One is that, and the other one's added are the comments.
here it is.
So
Okay.
page
One's a clean
18.
yeah, one's a clean copy and one has the comments.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah. I suggest that school board members are expected to model appropriate behavior, including courtesy, active listening, and respect, and appropriate language. Yeah?
Okay.
I don't have anything to change about that.
Dr. Jones?
I remember writing this one. I just think in general that when you're saying courteous, active listening, and respect, that means to everyone in the room. I mean, just in general.
Okay.
I know we were adding a few other things, but I think respect carries it all.
Okay.
I'm flexible. My specificity is in reflection of times when those things have not happened. So it is simply being clear about the language. If people don't want it in, it's fine, but I've seen examples of all of these things, and so that's why I added them.
Mr. Barefoot?
I'm fine. I mean,
Okay.
I'm
So
happy
it
to be
sounds-
as specific as Dr. Schiff's adding additions, or just leave it general, either one.
All right.
Just a lot of common sense is all that's required.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that as it is written, it's implied that this respect and active listening involves everybody in the room during the meeting, that we may not need to explicitly say that, and that appropriate language is included, Dr. Jones, in respect. So are we good as it is for now? So they, yeah, okay. All right, that one's done. All right, the next bullet is the board chair is authorized to bring to the discussion to a close with a second and a majority vote. Dr. Schiff's comment is, this needs more discussion. What discussion? Does this mean some board members can shut down the concerns of others? Or is there a time frame for discussions? Ms. Rosario suggested striking this particular item. Ms. Rosario, do you want to start first with your feedback?
Because I believe what I was questioning is discussion sessions do not require a vote.
Okay. And that probably gets back to what Dr. Schiff was asking as well. Dr. Schiff?
Bringing a discussion can occur on an action item. A discussion is not simply a discussion item. So we've had instances in the past where discussions have gotten heated or have gone over time or have been belabored, and either somebody wants to call the question or the board chair wants to move on. I think there's a lack of specificity in this that we need to, yeah, and forgive me, it's been a while since I've looked at these. So that what we have experienced is that some discussions go on for a very long time. They get redundant, they get repetitive, and they can lean towards grandstanding. So at times, the chair has wanted to regain control of the meeting by stopping some of that. To me, that's what this item was about, and I think the board needs to come to some consensus about what the board, again, this is board chair authority that we're speaking about. The board chair is running the meeting. If a board chair doesn't generally call the question, that's usually somebody else, but this is leading then to the board chair's capacity to, in effect, call the question, but in a different strategy by calling it to a close with a second. So I think we need to kind of hammer out the purpose and what we're intending by this, and that was my comment about the discussion. Because sometimes we go long past the point of an effective conversation.
Okay. We're going to continue our round robin with Mr. Barefoot.
I personally think, and it's covered the next topic down, if somebody puts a topic for discussion on the agenda, there should be a time limit into which he or she addresses that topic. And it was at the last meeting, I think we decided that if someone wants a discussion topic, there should be some information provided ahead of time so you're prepared to listen and/or participate. So if I want to put a discussion item on the agenda, and there's some information I can provide my fellow board members, it's your responsibility to read it, and I should limit the headlines to 3 minutes or 5, but no more. If you can't get to the point, then there's something wrong, and everybody can then respond. And if you want to continue on, but some of these discussions just go on and on ad nauseum, and it don't accomplish anything. It's like you're on a flywheel.
Ms. Barrenborn.
Yeah.
So the board chair authorized to bring a discussion to close.
I actually brought this up in leadership, and the question is, how do you close debate? Robert's Rules covers that. However, a board member cannot interrupt another board member, but a chair can. I believe I just did that a minute ago. Because the board chair's responsibility isn't to offend a board member. I wasn't trying to do that. It's to run the meeting successfully and make it move. And I think that's the idea behind this, is to try to get the meeting moving. I agree with you, Mr. Barefoot, that we should all be doing our homework ahead of time, reading this, and so you're prepared when somebody comes to present. I think part of the concern about the 3 minutes has been, is that 3 minutes of your first discussion, or is that 3 minutes of also presenting the item, which is a different thing. So I think we all have to agree to that, that this 3 minutes is concerning the presentation of the item and also a discussion of the item, because the person presenting the item is actually discussing it. So to me, that's their 3 minutes to talk about it, and then the other board members have each 3 minutes to discuss it. We all agreed that was the first round robin. And then after that, if a board member wanted to bring another point up. The problem we get into the weeds on is we keep bringing points up and keep bringing points up and keep bringing points up. And at the end of the day, we each have one vote. And is it too much to keep bringing up the item or talking about the item? In other words, why are we doing that? Why are we bringing up the item over and over and over again if you don't think it's going to help maybe change somebody's vote? So that's all my comment is.
Ms. Rosario.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to that bullet that we're talking about, that we're talking on. It is covered in Robert's Rules, and maybe that would be where we would place that item. But instead of saying the board chair is authorized to bring a well, let me think. How about board members or the board chair is authorized to bring a discussion to a close with a second and a majority vote if another member calls the question, or something to that effect?
Well, that is Robert's
that's-
rules.
That's Robert's Rules.
That's
I
Robert's
know,
rules.
that's
yeah.
why
I don't even know if we have to put this in, I guess.
that's why I
Yeah.
took it. That's part of why I took it out. But if we're going to keep it in, then change the wording.
Okay. So Dr. Jones, let's hear from you before
I
we-
don't know if we need that.
Yeah.
I think that's a good point.
I agree with you.
Going
Take it
back to
out.
the 3 minutes, as far as the presentation and the topic, well, the presentation should have been added to the board agenda, and we should have studied it completely. To me, that's a presentation. So when, like say, if Dr. Schiff brings something up, then I think if you can't say it in 3 minutes, if we've done our homework, we understand what she's saying, and then we can start the discussion.
Yeah, in theory, I don't disagree. When a board, however, if there's an action, if a board member has brought an item for action or for discussion, I would actually be in favor of giving them slightly more than 3 minutes, though limiting the time. We've sometimes gone on for half an hour on that, which is too much. But I think giving the board member bringing the item 5 to 10 minutes is not unreasonable, and then going in round robin on the 3 minutes. And if it's 5 minutes, if it's 10 minutes, it's where it gets into 15, 20, 30 minutes that it becomes unwieldy.
Okay. So what I'm hearing on this first bullet, the board chair is authorized to bring the discussion to a close. We can strike that
Right,
because we
that's
feel like
Robert's
it's
rules.
covered already?
Yep.
All right. Then with regard to, we've kind of intermingled those two bullets. Each board member has a right to initially present on a topic for up to, and do we want to entertain the 5 to 10 minutes, or do we want to keep it at 3 minutes?
And if I could, sorry. The reason I say that is because while we are all supposed to be amply prepared, we are all supposed to have read all documentation, in reality, I'm afraid that doesn't always happen. So it gives the person bringing the item some time to prepare board members who may not have been able, for whatever reason, to come fully prepared to the meeting. It shouldn't happen, but it does.
Ms. Rosario?
Yeah, I'm not okay with the 3 minutes. I'm not okay with any minutes, to be honest with you. We work as board members. We are elected officials. This is the time that we have to talk with each other. This is the time that we have, especially when you are presenting an item, that you share all of the information that you have with regard to whatever it is that you are presenting, so that board members are fully aware. Just as Dr. Schiff just mentioned right now, sometimes board members do not have an opportunity. Do I think that an item should be presented for 30 minutes? Absolutely not. But I don't think that we should put limits on each other and what our work is with regard to presentations. I think that that is stifling the work of the board. I think that stifles the boards, whomever it is, the board member who is bringing an item. It stifles that board member from actually allowing having the opportunity to get consensus on an item. 3 minutes might not be enough to do that. It might be, longer than 3 minutes. Certainly not 20 or 30, but it might be longer than 3. I don't even think we should do that at all. I think that that's just another opportunity to kind of hinder the work that we are doing. However, I do believe that if we were to do a minute, 15, 20, whatever Dr. Schiff just suggested, 10, 15 minutes, I would prefer to put down here, each board member has a right to be initially heard on a topic for a recommended amount of time not to exceed 15 or 20 minutes. That way, the expectation is kind of stay within a short period of time, but don't go over. It's expected that you're not going to go over. That's not going to hinder my work. It's not going to hinder anybody else's work. If it takes 2 minutes, great. If it takes 5 minutes, great.
Right. Dr. Jones?
I'm thinking the presentation, if we want to go longer, should be in board discussion, or if we add it to workshop. I would like to limit board meeting. Maybe 5 minutes isn't enough, maybe 10 minutes, but I think the presentation, discussion part, workshop part should be in this kind of arena, and then when we can gather everything, and then when the board member presents whatever topic it is, it's a little bit more fine-tuned as we get to a meeting.
Dr. Schiff?
Yeah, I think one of the things that has shifted about this is that now when items are brought, board members are reading those items as they are in the agenda. This has happened a few times recently. The question is whether they read the item in the agenda, whether they read supporting documents, or whether they give some kind of background discussion about what it is. I think I think 10 minutes tops is long enough. I think anything longer than that, I think it is our obligation to be concise and clear and efficient in our speaking. The item is the item. And if all of the background information should have been prepared by board members, and a short discussion of that is appropriate perhaps, but not going through each individual supporting document to get to the point of the item itself.
Okay. Mr. Barefoot?
Well, I'm for putting a limit on it, whether it's 5 minutes, 3 minutes, no more than 10. The one thing that we should be able to do, though, if Dr. Schiff's presenting an item, and to Mrs. Rosario's point, you know, whoever's presenting an item for discussion wants to shift somebody's point of view, if I don't understand, or I have a question of Dr. Schiff, I'm going to say, would you mind explaining further this point of view? I don't need the assumption that I don't know, but it's my responsibility if I'm going to be asked to vote or comment on something, and I don't have a question, ask whoever's presenting. That's not infringing on their allotted time. That's my responsibility to better understand it. It's not the presenter's responsibility to convince me. It's my responsibility to be informed. So I would put a limit on it. If it's not 3 minutes, make it 5. But if you can't get to the point in 5 minutes, and if I don't understand what you said, I'm going to ask.
Okay.
That's sort of my point of view.
Ms. Berenborg?
Sure. One thing came up that's in this packet that I gave you all is also about how a chair decides who speaks first. And I think an appropriate thing is what we're doing right now, which is a round robin. And if you're all okay with that, we'll do that every time that there's an item. So whoever presents the item, it'll be the next person that gets to speak first and so on. If you don't wish to speak, which is fine, then, you know, I'll pass. Sometimes you say, I want to hear other people before I speak, and that's fine. I'd just like to know if that's the board's choice.
That's fine, that's fine.
I agree with you on if something's lengthy, it probably should be brought to a workshop so that we can really hear about it. Because there have been items that I presented that were lengthy that I felt like, you know, this should be workshopped.
Yep.
Because we all should really get in the weeds on what this really means for the district. So there are times where those lengthy ones are appropriate for a board member to bring, and I think this is the place and time for it, not in the business meeting. In the business meeting, my thought is it should be like the elevator speech. If you can say it in 3 minutes and convince me in 3 minutes what you do, I just did an elevator speech last week, actually. So if you can convince somebody in 3 minutes what it was that you're trying to convey that message, you're giving them the most important parts of that topic for them to make that decision. Then they can say, hey, let's get off the elevator and talk a little bit more about this because I have more questions for you, like you brought up, Mr. Barefoot. I think in our workshops is where we can really dive in with a longer discussion. In our business meetings, it should be shortened. I'm all for presenting it 5 minutes, 10 minutes in the business meeting, and then round robin for 3 minutes, and then after that, any follow-up questions. That's my suggestion.
All right, so here's what I heard. That there's a thought that if there's going to be a need for lengthy discussion of an item, so an item's more complex and needs a lot of discussion, that should be placed in a workshop so that board members are fully prepped for business meetings. And then at the business meeting, that presentation of the item should be briefer because there's already been the opportunity to review. That even though that first amount of time might be limited, if a board member needs additional information, they have the full opportunity to be able to ask the person presenting the item, the board member, for clarification, additional information, perspective, backup, all that, you know, what backup they're using for it at that point in time. The other observation I've made, because in listening to you all in other meetings, is this 3 minutes, this was my understanding, was really about comments and related to a presented item, not the presentation of the item itself. So here's my thought in rewording, and please give me feedback. During board business meetings, each board member has the right to present a topic for up to, and I heard 5 to 10 minutes. Okay? So we'll say up to 10 minutes. Is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
10, 5, 10, 5?
Less is more as far as I'm concerned.
7.5.
Oh, Lord.
All right,
I'm
well,
just kidding.
we'll put 5, split the difference here.
No, leave 10. She said she was just kidding. She just said she was just
Doctor,
kidding.
I'm not
Mr. Barefoot said less is
I heard
more.
you're not
No,
kidding.
not you.
Dr. Schiff,
She
what is your
said
thought
7.7.
on the amount of time, 5 or 10 minutes?
I guess my thought is that if we have discussed it previously at a workshop, I agree less is more.
Okay.
I don't know that we will always have done that.
Right.
So that's my only consideration. However, in principle, I agree with Mr. Barefoot, less is more, but I do think there are moments, because we are now reading through entire items and something may have changed slightly since we put it on the agenda, which is at least a week to 10 days prior to the moment it's being presented. I'd like to give a little bit of leeway, but with really clear constraints on that.
Okay.
Could I just, maybe just as a quote-unquote compromise, rather than have it be cut and dried, if I have an item that's complicated, I could ask the chair, Madam Chair, may I have an extra few minutes to explain an item, if it's okay with my colleagues? So if it's really that complicated that you feel constrained by 5 minutes, then ask permission before you present your item for permission to add a few more minutes. And we can agree, that we can have a vote, the chair has the ability to grant that request. And as long as we don't abuse it, it shouldn't be a problem.
Dr. Schiff?
My concern about that, again, I agree in principle. But it also puts the pressure consistently on the chair to have to make discretionary decisions. And the more discretion we remove from the chair, I think the easier is his or her job. And the less we run into trouble about subjective interpretations from board members, well, you let so-and-so and you didn't let so-and-so, and that puts the chair in an awkward position.
Okay, Madam Chair? Thoughts
Thank
on
you
that?
for that. I'm fine with 5 or 10, it doesn't matter to me.
Okay, so I
I
see you all.
Serve at the will of
Ms.
the board.
Rosario?
Well, I would prefer none at all, but I'm outvoted or, in this one.
So 10 minutes? All right.
I'm sorry, Dr. Jacobs, if I could add, with, again, the authority of the chair to, at 10 minutes, if a board member is not done or continues to go on, the authority to gavel the board member, because it will not be any longer in.
I think what I'd do is interrupt the board member and
Yeah.
say, I'm just letting you know you're at your 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Please, just like you do with somebody that's speaking at the citizen input, please wrap it up.
Well, wrap it up like finish your sentence, not
Right.
wrap it up in I have 4 more points.
Right.
All right, so we've covered the initial presentation of an item, but in listening to you at other meetings, part of the 3 minutes came out of the initial comments made in response to items. Do you want to have that in this protocol or not? So let's start with, I think we're at Doc for response for the 3 minutes for each board member, and then continue in round robin to respond to an action item, or to an item.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, Dr. Schiff?
Fine.
Barefoot?
I have a comment about that. And the reason why, if you'll recall, a couple of us were on this when we talked about the 3 minutes, is because sometimes a board member is sitting there listening to another board member, and they stop listening because they want to make a point what that board member said, and they want to bring up a point. I just saw you do it, I did it, raise your hand, go like, I want to talk about what they just said. That allows board members to be able to respond to it. So I think 3 minutes is a really good time, because it allows a board member that really wants to respond to another comment, that chance. And then that board member has a chance to come back and say another comment. So I think 3 minutes gives everybody the respect to speak one time before it gets to be too lengthy.
Okay. So, Ms. Rosario?
No,
Okay.
no, I don't agree. Again, this is our work. This is what we came to do the work. I hear constantly, let's not hinder the work of the board. Well, part of the work of the board is to communicate with one another. And all I hear is people trying to shut you up, people trying not to hear you, people trying to lessen our meeting hours, lessen our time together, lessen how much you speak, lessen how much you listen, lessen how much you have on the, it's just this feeling of, of quieting the work of the board instead of allowing for the work of the board. So no, I don't think any of this should be on there.
I think, Ms. Rosario, look back at what it says. It says the right to be initially heard on a topic.
Yes, I know what it says.
And I
Thank
think
you.
I think it's fair, though, Ms. Rosario, for a board member to speak for 3 minutes, so another board member can speak for 3 minutes. We're not limiting the time you can speak totally. It's allowing somebody else to have the opportunity to speak.
And so far, everybody has had an opportunity to speak and to respond to board members, and you think that that's good, and I don't. I don't think that this is an appropriate item to put in our board protocols.
So the thought is, and I know this was something that I think you all had informally agreed upon before, that it's just the initial commentary is the 3 minutes, and then there is continued commentary. So it's not like the response is limited to 3 minutes. I think in hearing and listening to you all discuss this, and these kinds of protocols we use when we're doing problem solving and work, just in education in general, the real intent of having initial time limits is to ensure the productiveness of whatever conversation flow is going on, to ensure that we're really meeting the intent of the goal of the discussion. So, that's just the thought in how this is connected to protocols. Dr. Jones?
It just says at the end, the discussion will continue in round-robin fashion until the discussion is complete or the board chair asks for a vote. And as far as the work of the board during the workshops and discussions, again, what I said earlier, this is when you really have the topic discussions. This is when you really share. And so I think this continues with the discussion will continue in round-robin fashion until the discussion is complete or the board chair asks for a vote.
So in listening to all, it sounds like the majority at this point in time would like to continue on with that practice that you all have informally been doing. Okay. So we will leave that as is and continue in round robin.
Jacobs, I'm sorry, may I ask
Yes.
one question? And this is a question for the board. It says, until the board chair asks for a vote. Should it not be until the board chair asks for a vote or a board member calls the question?
Okay.
As long as they're not interrupting another board member. That clarification needs to be made. You can't interrupt somebody to call for the question.
Right, but another board member has the
You have the authority to do it.
has the authority to
yes.
call for a question, not just the board chair ending the discussion.
Correct.
Correct. Good point.
All right.
Make sure we have without interruptions, without interrupting board member.
Although the chair can, just,
Well, board,
You know
this
that,
is
yeah.
other board members.
yes.
All right. Next bullet is the chair retains the sole authority to call on board members to speak. It's pretty cut and dry. Dr. Schiff did have some added language, or to allow open discussion among board members as appropriate. So Dr. Schiff, we'll start with you.
I think we just kind of went through this. Having decided on the round robin that we just said 2 minutes ago, this may be moot, because we
Okay.
just actually decided that protocol, which we may want to add. I think this becomes moot, retains the sole authority to call, well, I'm sorry, I'm thinking it through as I'm speaking. I don't know, I'm flexible on it.
Okay. Mr. Barefoot?
I'm fine.
Okay. Fine in that you can strike it or leave it?
I don't care, one way or the other. It's implicit or explicit, depending on how you want to read it.
Okay. Ms. Fehrenborg?
I'm fine with whatever the board wants to do.
Mr. Rosario?
I don't think it's needed.
Okay. Dr. Jones?
Either or.
All right, if it does not add some value to it, why don't we go ahead and strike it?
The only thing I'll say is, board members, sometimes we get in the back and forth between two people. And at that point, at what point do you want the chair to say, we need to be respectful? Because if we take that out, then the chair doesn't have the authority to call on a person to speak. Everybody's just speaking.
Maren, leave it?
What did you say, Mr.
Leave
Baird?
it in, it doesn't
Okay.
matter one way or the other.
Doesn't matter.
If that makes it easier for the chair, leave it in.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like, our job as a board is to support the chair in effectively running a meeting, and to
Right.
give the chair the authority to do that, but to also give them, to not put them in positions of undue discretion or subjectivity, which board members may take in different kinds of ways.
All right.
The board has the authority anyway. The board is running the entire meeting, so It doesn't matter.
The next bullet is communication with superintendent is in policy, not needed in protocol. Can I just strike that?
It's in policy.
Yes.
Okay. Then we have some added language at the bottom. Dr. Schiff,
It's moot now.
that's what I was going to ask you. Ms. Rosario, superintendent is expected to prepare all board members in advance. Did we add that to superintendent's roles? Now that I'm looking at that.
Okay. Do not remember. What is that?
Well, we did not. All right. So the superintendent is expected to prepare all board members in advance of all meetings equally and provide each board member with the appropriate backup items for review and planning appropriate to the agenda items presented.
I'm sorry, it is there.
What page?
Page 17,
Find that.
or at least I have it under my comments. The superintendent is, I don't know if it's the same thing. Yeah, it is. The superintendent is expected to prepare all board members in advance of all meetings equally and prepare each board member with the appropriate backup items for review and planning appropriate to the agenda items presented.
Page 17, Ms. Rosario? See
I do not see that
that?
on.
I don't either on 17. Are you looking on the,
In my comments? Are you looking in my comments?
So this is your comment here, but I was looking back at our clean draft to see if we added this somewhere else.
I don't,
So let's start with Mr. Barefoot. Thoughts on adding this, and I would suggest we add it to, if we add it, that it's added to superintendent role authority.
Say it one more time, will you read it again?
The superintendent is expected to prepare all board members in advance of all meetings equally and provide each board member with the appropriate backup items for review and planning appropriate to the agenda items presented.
It's fine.
Okay? Ms. Berenborg?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. Ms. Rosario, this is your addition,
Yes.
so, okay. Dr. Jones?
yes.
And Dr. Schiff?
I don't have a strong feeling. I don't know that I think it's necessary, but just grammatically, I would shift the semicolon to a comma.
Okay. All right. The second addition suggested by Ms. Rosario, there shall be a microphone and camera on the podium during public comment, citizen input at duly convened meetings. Ms. Berenborg?
Superintendent, first conversation I had with him after being named chair is about that.
Okay.
And I think I've already addressed it.
So are we in agreement with that one?
Yes.
My question is, isn't it a given? Is it something that is required to be in protocols, or is it a natural assumption?
It has to be recorded.
I think we
Right,
should
but
put
this
it
is a
in our
microphone and a
protocols.
camera. Is that about the recording, or is that about the ability to be heard?
But these are expectations of how our meetings are run. So if we're going to include all of the other expectations of how our meetings are run, then having cameras on the podiums is just as important. It was recently, the cameras were recently removed from the podium, from facing citizens during citizen input without this board's knowledge or vote or discussion of such practice. So if it's an expectation that the cameras are on the podium, we should have it in our protocols.
Dr. Jones?
I'm sorry, Dr. Jones, of which Dr. Moore just told us that
Yeah.
tonight they will be on our,
That's what you said, right, Dr. Moore? Yeah, they're speaking to the board, but there's a camera, that's fine.
Okay.
I'll be honest, I have some mixed feelings about it, only because we've acknowledged in this discussion the ability to cut off the microphone when things are inappropriate. we have seen at other board member meetings, not at ours, where inappropriate behavior has occurred on camera at other board meetings. You know, Mrs. Berenborg recently referenced the one where a guy started undressing at the board. I don't really, so I'm not sure that I
Not our
want to
board meetings.
remove the ability of removing the camera when need be, or I just want to think that through a little bit.
Mr. Barefoot?
My only issue here is people that hold up signs. First of all, I think signs should be barred at the door. I don't think they should even be allowed in the room. And if they weren't allowed in the room, then you wouldn't have someone potentially, whether they're in the audience or they go up to the podium and they put some sign in front of the podium as they're speaking. I don't think that's, the way you avoid it is no signs in the room. On the other hand, if you're going to do it, and there's something offensive about it in the judgment, let's say, of the parliamentarian, then the camera gets shut off.
Actually, I have a question about that. Is it in our policies, or does that have to be added to a board policy for signs, limiting signs?
I don't know.
Oh,
I don't know that it's in, I apologize. I
No
don't know
problem.
that if it's in the policy
well,
or
you
not.
wouldn't know if it's in our policy. We don't
That's not
make
necessarily
you
fair
memorize
either.
that on your first time.
Dr. Moore.
Dr. Moore.
Through the chair, the policy, I believe we just did update to include signs. That was probably coming back to the board for approval. So that feedback was provided during one of the initial conversations, and it was captured.
And I think part of the concern people had is not just necessarily what's on a sign, but also that it was in the way of someone else being able to see.
Absolutely.
So,
Okay. So it sounds like that is being brought forth in policy, so I'm not sure that that needs to be incorporated until we know for sure what you all agree about. Mr. Rosario?
What we're talking about here is not about signs, but I had a question for the attorney. I read within the meetings, the Sunshine and Public Records Law Meeting Manual that is posted on the Attorney General's website that contains information on the government in the sunshine and then how board meetings are run, including public comments and what citizens have the right to bring with them. And right now, of course, as I have it in my hand, I won't be able to flip through every page to kind of eye in there, but I'm hoping that you might know this off the top of your head. What I've read in there somewhere is that citizens have a right to bring signs. What they don't have a right to do is to interrupt the view, as Mrs. Berenborg just mentioned, of block the view of other people or disrupt the meeting, the running of the meeting. But the same way that they have a right to come with a camera and videotape, they have the right to hold a sign. They just can't interrupt the meeting. Can you confirm, please, if you do? No.
Through the chair, I can't confirm as we sit here right now, but I'd be happy to look at that and
Please.
get back to you. Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
At our FSBA, I remember one of the attorney sessions, or might have been the one with Duval, I remember a couple board members saying they have stated no signs in the boardroom, so if you could check on that too. And they were in the state of Florida. I don't recall who they were. Thank you.
All right, so at this point, we do have that in other places where the chair, if somebody's disrupting the meeting, can address that. So are we okay leaving "there shall be a microphone and camera on the podium" in?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Jones?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Sorry.
Dr. Schiff, I know you feel mixed about it.
I still have mixed feelings because I don't think this is resolved. I think we're still kind of stepping over it.
Okay. Mr. Barefoot?
As long as whoever it is, the parliamentarian or the board chair has the ability to cut the mic or the camera, if the action is inappropriate, I'm fine with it.
Okay.
Point.
I agree with you on that. There are two questions I have about this. One, is it the back of their heads or the front of their heads? Believe it or not, that's a concern and a question that's come up. The other concern has been and I'll give it to you this way, because I've always wondered, why is it that we have the camera on there? Well, in this day and age, people can take their own video and do their own editing and put it out there on social media any way they want. With us filming, we have the real original up there.
Yep.
That's number one. Number two is, I think it's real time, so people know what's being said. They can watch the meeting and see what's in real time, because I have been at home, and I think everybody here has been at home at some point, watching this through Zoom, and you don't get to see the speakers and what's happening in the room. And so that is a definite difference in how the meetings have happened in the past. Also, and I see Peggy looking around the side of you, that's happened also about when people film, they get between the secretary trying to take the minutes and see how the votes go. So we have to be very diligent, and I think that's my job, to be diligent about asking people to be respectful of that, so that she can see and make sure that she's recording the votes correctly.
So it sounds like at least there's semi-consensus on the microphone and camera at this point in time.
Does the board want to get into the weeds of whether or not it should be in the front of the faces or the back of the faces?
What's the point of having it in the back of the face, the back of the head? I agree, it should
Dr.
be the
Moore, would
front.
you like to
Yeah.
talk to that? Speak to
Through the
that?
chair, typically, what we have done is a one camera view, just based on the availability of staff, so it's a view from one of the back cameras, so it's coming down onto the
That's not typical.
bigger.
We've always had it where the person was viewed in the camera.
Depending on where the podium is.
Well, the podium has always been in the corner. The only
Except when it's
reason-
up front by the board, when you're
Yeah.
speaking directly
Well,
to the board.
Correct. That's different because of the angle of the location of the podium, but now it's been returned back to the back. So if
And
if
typically-
everything's going back to the way that it was, it should be in the front,
That's where it
front.
would be, but even when it was in the front, we've only had one tech running the technology, so depending on whether he had to go up to a PowerPoint or this, that, or the other, it was left just to run. So it's more than a staffing issue than anything else.
So I guess the
You answered
question
the
is,
question. You didn't
So why
answer
don't we, I'm sorry, I apologize.
that's right. I guess the question then is, where do we want the podium? Because I have been asked by citizens if we could respectfully put the podium back to the front, because they have felt at sometimes intimidated by where it's located and the fact that people stand behind them or around them. So I'm just bringing this up, that we need to respect our citizens and their feeling of feeling comfortable to speak in our meetings.
May I?
Yeah, who was speaking last? I want to be fair here.
Mara had a
Doc-
question.
Okay, go ahead, Dr. Schiff.
I'm losing my train of thought. I think it's sort of, the problem with that is it's both ways, right? Because citizens are sometimes intimidated in the back of the room because of the presence of who's in the room. It's also very hard to come up in front and sit, with the 5 of us, 6, 7 of us sitting up there on a dais looking down, I think also makes people uncomfortable. And I will say, I will only speak for myself. As a board member, there have been times when having people that close has felt uncomfortable as a board member as well. So I think there's, it seems like this should be a fairly simple thing, but it's not. And so I'm wondering if for purposes of this discussion, we just leave this alone for now. And if we feel like we have to move the podium or shift some of that around, the point is the camera is on them. There will be a record, as you were suggesting, is the main purpose for this. And if we have a problem with where the podium is, we can come back and discuss that at some other time.
Mr. Barefoot? Okay. One thing I will say is, when I first came on the board, I sat in this seat right here in the corner where Mr. Barefoot's sitting now. And at the time, the podium was actually right here. And I felt at times very intimidated by some of the conversations, even though they weren't directed at me. I felt like, because they were so close to me, but I understand that feeling, but I also understand when somebody's speaking at the back, how that can also feel threatening. Maybe they could speak at the back and there not be anybody behind them. I don't know what the answer is, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know the,
Ms. Rosario?
I would just prefer that the podium be wherever we can see the citizens, where we can see their face. Just like you mentioned, if we're on Zoom, seeing the back of their head doesn't tell me anything. I'd like to see the person's face. Having people record meetings, they're recording the face of the person, where we're not gonna have the face of the person as well. It needs to be consistent. We need to see wherever in the room, the podium will be for us to record the person speaking from the front view. That's what we should have.
Dr. Moore, where could that be located?
We'll figure it out. I mean,
Well-
it's planning and logistics.
Thank you.
Again, I'm not sure if we can make this decision today. I think we can look at it, but we've had it here, there, in the old building. It wasn't always on the person's face. I mean, they're there to speak to the board. You know, I have heard from constituents walking up here sometimes, it's uncomfortable, or when they go out, they're either booed or cheered. You know, that's just something we cannot have. Wherever our police, men and women are, I mean, that's something we have to watch. Everyone should be able to come here and feel safe and secure. I mean, that's what we have to model here as school board members and at the school board meeting. Whether it's on their face or not, hopefully they are here to speak to the board and we listen with respect. But I'm not sure of the best spot. Like, I've seen it in 3 spots thus far. I don't know what the best spot is I'm thinking of the people speaking.
So it sounds like that particular one there's going to be some logistics and planning going into that. So I'm going to suggest that we move down to the next bullet. The next suggested addition by Ms. Rosario is changes to any aspect of the organization and planning of board meetings shall only be made by consensus or by a majority vote from board members. So we'll start with, and now I've lost my place, let's start with Ms. Berenborg.
Are you referring to, like, during the orders of the day?
No, the planning and the organization of the board meetings. So for example, when the podium was moved, board members had no idea when the podium was moved. When the cameras came off of the citizens, board members had no idea. I have had no idea that people's bags were being checked outside. I found out months later that was happening. I didn't know that there was something else happening on the outside there, that there was a sign up that didn't match policy with regard to who can submit a form or who couldn't. So there were some aspects with regard to the running of the business meeting. I'm okay with the board chair, being in consultation with the superintendent on the organization of board meetings, but I'm not talking agenda items. I'm just talking about, chairs. Like, I've been asking for a long time, if we are back to normal, why don't we have all of our chairs back in this room? I've been asking for a long time. How are all of these, who is making these decisions? It's a board meeting. So either the board needs to be involved in those discussions about those things, or the chair should, be in those discussions. If the chair wants to represent the board on that, I'm okay with that.
Dr. Jones?
I just think those are one of those things that we just communicate with the superintendent. I don't think it needs to be on protocols.
Dr. Schiff?
I agree with Dr. Jones.
Ditto.
Mr. Barefoot?
I'll agree. All
So,
board members can give input on how they feel about it.
all right, and then the last suggested action on this page or suggested language, is all meetings shall open with an invocation and sergeant of arms. Ms. Rosario?
Yeah, our invocation has stopped since Mr. Barefoot became chair, and I don't know why.
I think because of COVID, correct?
Yeah, through the chair,
Wait a minute.
mostly because of COVID and getting individuals
To
to
come.
do it. And then with Nancy being out, as we were returning, that's the only logistical thing that happened with
So
that.
why hasn't that returned again? Why hasn't that been back in place?
Because Nancy is out.
No, Nancy just went out recently. Our invocations, our meetings went back to normal at the beginning of the school year.
Right.
Nancy hasn't been out since the beginning of the school year.
She's been out for almost 2.5 months. She had two knee replacements. She came back for about 2 days, and she left again.
So is Nancy the one who calls,
Yes.
or is the board chair?
It's
No.
Nancy's the one who
Na-
calls?
Nancy, yes.
Okay, so how can we get this back? Well, I mean, okay, so that's different, but if, as a board protocol, running the board meeting, the meetings shall open with an invocation and sergeant of arms, no?
So let's hear from all the board
It's
members. Dr.
discretion of the
Jones?
Dr. Moore, we do the invocation at 5:59 for a purpose, correct? It's not to be after the board meeting begins because of some issues at other,
Correct.
I mean, Brevard has been sued twice on that, and they can no longer have the invocation. It was moment of silence. So that's going to be 5:59 no matter what.
It's always prior to the
5:55.
start of the
5:55, I'm sorry, just as long as it's before
Yeah.
the meeting. Okay, good.
5:55.
And then we ask for the students and the, whether ROTC, Navy, or Army, those come when we believe it's appropriately and safe for the students to be here. Okay, yeah, okay.
Dr. Schiff?
I am a pretty firm believer in separation of church and state, as in the Constitution. I have never been fully comfortable with an invocation at the meetings, and I would not be in favor of putting this in.
Okay. Mr. Barefoot?
I'm fine either way, whatever the consensus of the group is.
Ms. Barrenborg?
Me as well. You know, I agree with separation of church and state if it's before the meeting, though. I don't know if it's part of church and state together, but I understand your concern, Dr. Schiff. However, I would like to see an invocation before the meeting. I just don't think it should be part of the meeting.
Dr. Jones?
Could we ask our attorney on that? Do you know how many school boards have those now, or if they do, it's before the meeting begins? Do you know?
Through the chair, I don't know.
Okay, I just wondered statewide, okay.
I hear consensus.
Dr.
While the
Schiff?
official meeting may not start until 6 o'clock, everybody is in the room, everybody is here, they're here for the purpose of a public meeting. I would be interested in getting more invocation. I did not know about the Brevard lawsuit, so thank you for raising that. I'd be interested to know legally what's happening around the state on that. And if I am in the minority here and there is an invocation, I would ask that it be either non-denominational or fully representative of everyone in the community.
Good point.
Other thoughts?
Could we do what maybe the governor legislation has done for schools,
Moment of silence?
which is a moment of silence, and we can all choose to use that time the way we would like?
I'd be completely comfortable with that.
That wasn't the consensus.
I'm hearing a difference of opinion, Ms. Rosario. I'm trying to be respectful of all board members.
Dr. Board, did you do this in Miami?
Through the chair, no.
Okay, just wondering how there's certain other counties.
All right, so an alternative I'm hearing is a moment of silence prior to the board meeting, the start of the board meeting. Mr. Barefoot, thoughts on that?
I'm fine with that.
I would actually like to add it to the meeting because it's added to the school day.
I'd be fine
So
with
if
During the
we're going to
meeting?
mirror what we're putting in our schools, then I would like to add it to our meeting.
So moment of silence during the meeting?
At the beginning of the meeting.
At the
Sorry.
beginning,
Yes.
I'm sorry, the beginning of the meeting.
I'd be fine with that.
Okay.
I'd be fine with that.
We're getting close, guys.
I know.
Are we ready to open the bar yet?
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Dr. Moore, we still have several items on here. 1, 2, 3, 4 items that are yours to present. Since we are going into a different public participation item, can we, I would recommend that we would stop where we are, because we only have a little more than a half hour left with you for you to present your items.
I'll yield to the desire of the board.
I think, sorry, Ms. Barrymore.
That's right. I think we discussed this ahead of time, whether or not this would interfere with your other items.
Through the chair,
I
the
was worried
item
this
that I
would go
think
over.
is pressing, Mr. Baskin present his items, I think, relatively quickly. I don't think there's any weight on any of those issues. They're very, very straightforward. I would love for the board to hear the work that we've been doing around the Housing Committee, which was a committee that you brought to life just over a year ago.
So how much time do you need for those other items, I guess is the question.
10.
I would say at least 10 minutes for questions and follow-up for the how, it is just an update as we're required through your item.
And the Safe at School plan.
And the Safe at School plan was relatively straightforward as well.
Okay, so 3:45 then is a hard stop for this, and we're
Okay,
going to go
'cause we
to
don't have any.
the other items, please.
Right.
Okay?
What time?
3:45,
Okay.
okay?
All right, public participation.
I think we've
So
done
the
this.
first bullet, the board urges members of the public to address school and district concerns using the appropriate chain of authority. The sub-bullet is board members will not engage in direct back and forth conversation with public during the board meeting.
Done
Mr.
that.
Barefoot says, let's discuss this. A particularly sensitive comment by a member of the public could be responded to by a board member with permission of the chair. I think we talked about that earlier after public
Yeah.
comment occurs. Then Ms. Rosario has some revised language. The board urges member of the public to address the board chair during duly convened meetings. And then board members will not engage in direct back and forth. Instead, board members may speak specifically to items addressed during citizen input at the end of public comments without engaging in dialogue with citizens. And then Dr. Jones has suggested striking the board urges members of the public to address school and district concerns using the appropriate chain of authority. So, Dr. Jones?
Well, I just think we've covered this for the most part. We know we're not to engage while citizens are speaking, and we could speak at the end, for the most part. I mean, that's what our consensus has been. I just added that attorney on FSBA Zoom call, and we were talking about this. Just don't engage. While they're speaking, citizens, don't engage. That's their time to speak.
Okay. Dr. Schiff?
Yeah, I don't think it's a back and forth. I think we addressed that earlier, that they respond at the end of the comments,
Okay.
which I agree with.
Mr. Barefoot?
That's fine.
Okay. Ms. Barrenborg?
Yeah, we're only referring to citizen input, correct?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Ms. Rosario?
Yeah, that's why I have both of those items there. I basically just added in red what was just proposed by Mrs. Barrenborg in her opening.
Okay. Are we okay with
There's
those
an
two
extension.
bullets that Ms. Rosario has suggested there?
Yes.
That's aligned with what you all discussed? To address the board chair and also that at the end of citizen input, that
You have the
the comments can be
opportunity.
addressed. Okay.
Is that, and we didn't have that earlier?
I will double check. If we have it earlier,
Maybe did, but I'm not positive.
yeah, I will double check. I can't remember right now in reviewing for this. I read this. So,
May I make a comment about that?
yes.
I'm going to ask you all, when citizen input is over, and I thank people for speaking, before we move to the next part, I think instead of just saying, board members, anyone want to speak, because then we can get into another half hour, I'm just going to look. And if anybody has a pertinent thing that they really need to respond to, then we can respond. I just caution you about responding. We were told that in leadership very carefully. You want to caution board members to not engage. And the same thing goes for when somebody is calling out from the floor during your discussion time on the dais. I was told, please make sure board members do not engage with the public. If the public is calling out, warn them,
Have to.
but not have board members do it, just have the chair do it. Okay?
All right, our next bullet I think may be easy because that's kind of moot now because we've already covered it. It's actually redundant. Board members may speak at the end of public input. We covered it in the bullet above. Then possible time to change public input. I think that's being covered in the policy, correct?
We didn't change it.
Okay.
Change it.
Did you want to discuss that here or do you want to discuss that as part of a separate conversation?
No.
Dr.
Did we already
Jones?
have that conversation?
We just
already
had-
did.
I would just strike this whole thing.
Okay. And then there's suggestion about reformatting the speaker card. Will that
We
be
did
part of
that, didn't we?
a different conversation?
Did we not do that?
Has a speaker card been reformatted, do we know?
Not yet.
Not yet?
Not yet, because we were going to change the policy, change the meetings, change the policy, then that was removed, and so we never really got back to changing the speaker form.
Okay.
And then we were
Once
waiting
the-
for the new chair to take,
Once the policy is updated and fully approved, then yes, the form would change in alignment with the 5:45 start time, as well as I think it's the
No.
signs. Those are the two changes.
Did we agree to 5:45?
we
I
didn't
thought we
agree to
didn't.
5:45. That was removed.
I don't remember it being removed.
Yeah, when Mr. Barefoot brought the item to take off, when it was under public view, I think.
Yeah, there were three policies. We
three
approved two
items.
of them, the other one got totally removed.
Anything that had to do with the meeting,
wanna
the
look back
change
at
of the
that.
time and the change
Where
of
would I
the.
find that?
That was removed. So I think the 5:45 was also removed with that.
Through the chair, we removed it, and there was conversations to make revisions, which was the 5:45. At the following board meeting, then it came back. But I'll have staff come and pull it for you.
Can you double check
Yeah.
that, what the vote was on that, and that we all voted to move it back, or to 5:45? I think I remember that discussion.
We did.
So if that's the case, when does that start? January?
Once it's fully approved, correct.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Rosario?
But we're discussing tonight options for our meetings moving forward. So why don't we just have that discussion tonight?
Through the chair, I think the policy is out for public hearing, so it'll be coming back in January.
We could pull it, right?
If that's the will of the board to have that conversation, that's fine. What you are voting on tonight is just the approval of the actual board meeting dates.
Okay, so there's no approval tonight. So in other words, it doesn't have to take action tonight.
Correct.
May I suggest that board members maybe have a conversation with you after reading it in their one-on-ones with you this
Absolutely.
next couple of weeks?
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought that
Right,
was
the next
removed.
suggested added language is the board has the authority to determine the length, structure, and timeframe for public comment, including relevance of comments to current meeting agenda.
If I
Dr.
may, I think both of my items were addressed at a previous board
Okay.
meeting, which unfortunately I was not able to be present, but I think they got handled.
Okay. Ms. Rosario has added some suggested language. Citizen input, public comment shall follow the procedures and policies accordingly.
Yeah, I mean, we have a policy for citizen input, so I would just rather follow the policy for citizen input as it's written. However, if we're removing this entire bullet, everything else should be removed. There's no need to consider what board members would want there if that entire bullet is not going to be included.
Which entire bullet?
The one you just crossed out.
So Dr.
Up
Schiff,
above the bullet, up, that.
okay,
That
so this
subtitle
is,
is regard to the below, no?
yeah, so this particular bullet is covered up here.
Oh, I thought it goes down.
Yeah, well,
I'm
it did
looking
originally
down.
until added language was added up here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and then, so we're okay with saying citizen input, public comment shall follow policies and procedures? All right. And then on our previous page, we already struck communication with superintendent is in policy, so we don't need that. And then our last page, which I think we're going to get to the end of this. It is about ongoing professional development of board members. And so Ms. Rosario has suggested a change in the title to ongoing professional and ethics training of board members, and has struck development.
Well,
Dr.
ethics, yeah, I'm sorry.
Dr. Jones?
Ethics training is required, so I don't know.
Well, that's the only reason why we don't, that's the only thing that's required of us.
I mean, it's just like policy. If it's in policy, do you rewrite it in protocol? I mean, In fact,
Okay.
it's all due in December, everybody.
So would the term professional development encompass ethics training?
I think so.
I think so.
Okay. Mr. Barefoot?
Fine.
Okay. Ms. Barrenborg?
Yes.
Ms. Rosario?
It's fine.
Okay. Next bullet, board members are encouraged to stay current on educational issues, including legislative issues affecting education policy. Dr. Schiff has added language including legislative and other legal issues affecting education policy. And then Ms. Rosario has made an editing change and including legislation instead of legislative issues. All right. Dr. Schiff, can you please comment on your and legal issues?
Yeah, we've seen a lot this year in case law that has affected, that is not legislative, but directly affects and impacts the work that we do. So I just want to clarify, that's all. I want to
Okay.
clarify that.
Okay, with the addition, Ms. Barrenborg?
Yes.
Okay, with that language. Ms. Rosario, it may also address what you were trying to address there, so
Yeah.
legislative and other legal issues?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
That's good. That what Dr. Schiff brought up was good.
All right, next bullet. Board members are encouraged to participate in FSBA meetings and conferences. Ms. Barrenborg?
Yes.
Ms. Rosario?
Yes.
Okay, and do we want to, Dr. Schiff has added, and other forms of professional development, and then Ms. Rosario has added meetings and conferences pertinent to their position. So do we want to leave it just FSBA, or do we want to make it a little,
I like the extension that Ms. Rosario and Dr. Schiff added.
okay?
Well, hold on, ours are different. Because
Yeah.
Mrs. Rosario was taking out FSBA and
Oh.
just saying relevant,
Oh.
pertinent to the position, and I'm saying
I wanna
FSBA and other forms of professional
Okay.
development.
So what if
not
we say
exclusive
board
to
members
FSBA.
are encouraged to participate, because FSBA is a professional organization, it's a little bit
Yes.
different. FSBA meetings,
Yes.
conferences, and other professional development pertinent to their position.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, they do Zoom, they do everything.
I think we all need to buy Dr. Jacobs lunch and dinner after this.
All right, we're in the last bullet. Can you
Wait, I
believe
didn't-
it?
I didn't comment on mine, on that one.
Okay,
FSBA is not the only meeting that we attend. They just happen to be the organization that we are members of. And our membership is not guaranteed. We can end our membership tomorrow if we wanted to. So in my bullet underneath, that's one of the reasons why I thought to only, even though, yes, it's as we are members, we are expected or encouraged, rather, to participate in FSBA meetings and conferences. But that bullet said, the one that I included, I removed FSBA to participate in meetings and conferences pertinent to their position. And I think, if I remember what I was thinking, because this was a while ago, I was thinking about the committee positions that we hold as well, like, for example, legislative, or Dr. Schiff is on, Dr. Schiff is now on the equity committee at
As part of FSBA.
But like that role, I think, is very specific, so, she would be encouraged to attend meetings around that particular thing that she's in, so that's why I thought to add that bullet. Is it necessary? No.
but what if
But
we
I
said
just-
professional organizations and meetings? Because that would encompass broader, just saying
That's
that
fine.
somehow you are anchoring yourself in
That's
involving
fine.
yourself in professional.
I just don't want to exclude
fine.
FSBA.
Okay,
I think FSBA is significant and important as
okay.
the statewide school board organization to which, at
They're
this
both,
point,
yeah.
64 or
And other.
65 districts belong.
FSBA and/or other.
Yeah.
All right, so I've added that. Then our last bullet,
I'm sorry, Dr. Jacobs, I
Yep.
don't know where can you read that? I don't know how that landed.
okay. So board members are encouraged to participate in FSBA and other meetings, conferences, and professional development pertinent to their position.
Thank you.
I know my shorthand is a little hard to
Well, I can't read any
there.
of it from there, so.
All right. Board members are encouraged to attend school activities and programs when possible. And then Dr. Schiff said when possible and appropriate. Mr. Rosario just added a editing thing for us. When possible and appropriate?
Yes.
Okay,
Because sometimes it's not appropriate
it's
for
really
us to
not.
go.
Yeah.
okay. And then our last added language from Mr. Rosario, board members are expected to complete an ethics training once a year.
I'm sorry, Dr. Jacobs, a quick thing. We're inconsistent throughout the document about the capital M on members. We need to go one way or the other.
I agree.
I don't think it's capitalized, but I could be grammatically wrong. I think it's board member Jones is capitalized.
Yes.
But just referring to board member, generally, it's not capitalized. But if we could be consistent grammatically and throughout the
Good
document.
Okay, we'll clean that up.
So which is it?
It's, well, if you're saying the board member, like the board member Jones, it's capitalized. If it's a general board members, it's not capitalized.
Small, okay.
Common, proper.
So board members are expected to complete the ethics training once a year. We okay with including that?
That's required.
That's required, that's required. All right. Well, guess what?
Actually-
We are done.
Actually, no.
Oh, no. Oh,
Sorry.
no. We are not
Sorry,
done, I'm being
Dr.
told.
Jacobs, we have 5 minutes. And this does require you to stand there if you don't mind.
Okay.
Some of the, I've been kind of following this as we went and tried to interject a couple of times, but board members, I did send this to you right after the training because I felt like every board member should see this, not just the 2 of us that attended. So this is my notes from the chairmanship training, and if you'll go to page 4,
Yeah, Can you
You'll
tell me what
notice-
date you sent that? And was it through Mrs. Boycell?
yes. I'm sorry? It was put in your mailbox about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. It was right after we came back. I gave her this.
All right, then I don't have it in front of me. I don't have
Okay. All right, let me just tell you the couple of things that came up that we might want to think about. First of all, the very first one was forming norms and communication procedure, which is exactly what we just did. And so what they said is, all about board members give input, which we did, all of us agree to them, which, are we agreeing to these?
These protocols?
Yes. Okay. And then publish for the public. Okay. The other thing is taking turns clockwise, counterclockwise, believe it or not. Some people put that in their protocol. I'm just going to say whoever brings up the item, the next person will speak first. And that way you all don't know when it is your turn. We'll go that way. Like I think Mr. Barefoot did for us, is kind of going clockwise or counterclockwise, whatever. The other one is in protocols. I think we already put in, do not respond to speakers or disruptions. That should not just be during citizen input. They said it should be at any point. It's the chair's responsibility. Now, like Dr. Schiff brought up, if there's something that makes you feel uncomfortable, you know, and I can't memorize all of the things that we just talked about for tonight. I'm going to be real honest with you. I need you to help me police it. So if there's something that makes you uncomfortable, turn and say to the chair, you know, could you please do something about this? And I have no problem with you saying that, okay? Because I think, again, we should be policing each other and helping each other. So I have no problem with that. The other one was, this was a really good idea. In the reorganization meeting, the gavel is given to the new chair, and the new chair is expected to run a meeting that they have never seen the fact that they're going to be running this meeting, right? And it was a very interesting first meeting, I gotta admit. So what other school districts do is either they have the reorganization meeting on one night, and the next night they have their board meeting, which our city council does, by the way. Or they do what other boards have done, which I really like this idea, but this is my personal one, is they have the regular board meeting first that the chair runs, and then at the end of that meeting, it's closed, and the reorganization meeting takes place for the next year.
That's better.
There are some boards that take turns on the chair. There are some boards that have the same chair year after year. That allows for us to get through the meeting and then have this meeting so that the new person, if it's a new person, can run a meeting and have time to look at the meeting before they run it.
I like that.
Do you all like that?
Say that again?
Good idea.
You would, so we would have a regular meeting.
So November's meeting would be run by me,
Regular, Right,
okay, next year.
and then after,
And then afterwards, the new reorg meeting would take place,
or have it the day before.
or the day before.
After.
After the regular meeting is
I would go
And you're
with
not just coming for one little short meeting and then going home. That's what the city council does.
that would be my preference.
Are you all for having the meeting and then afterwards having the reorg?
Yep.
So we can put that in next year's
Yes.
agenda, because we are voting on those dates tonight. Yes, sir?
I have a concern.
Through the chair, as long as
the election, as long as you have your new board members this morning, if there are any changes. Just thinking out loud here.
You need to do that.
On non-election years, it'd be fine.
So the new board members would have to participate in that meeting in November?
Yeah.
Oh, so how do the other boards do that then?
Through the chair, you can have a meeting the day before, you can have a meeting 2 hours before, whatever the will of the board would be, conduct the election, close that meeting, and then come back and have your regular meeting. That, what you just suggested on non-election years works just fine, because there's no shift in board members.
You're right, on election years, it does matter. So what would the board like to do? Mr. Barefoot,
Why don't you discuss it and come back at,
with the
next-
suggestion in January?
next meeting with a very specific suggestion after you've considered all the variables. There's
Sounds
no
good.
hurry, we got a whole year.
There you go.
This may be overcomplicating things. It might be wise to consider that if the board chair and the vice chair are on different cycles, then the vice chair can run that meeting. And I say that only because, as a new board member, you've just been sworn in, and within the first 5 minutes, you have to make what is, in effect, a really visible political decision that has impacts on your service for the next year in the board. And so while we can't mandate that it be people in staggered terms, it might be a recommendation, and then the vice chair can run the meeting if the chair is no longer in the position.
That's a great suggestion.
Just talk with Dr.
Okay,
Morgan.
so-
It's usually the case anyway, if the chair is not available or around, then the vice chair would take that position
Right,
anyway.
but if it's the vice chair's election cycle, you would lose both the chair and the vice chair, and then there would be nobody in the position if those are all new elected people. This way, if you stagger the chair and the vice chair for their election terms, you're assured that in an election year, one of them will be present.
The only thing is, and I'll check with them, like you said, I'll do that before we come back, because there might be a rule about the new elected officials have to be able to make that decision of who's running that meeting. So we'll check on that. Is that what you all are huddling about?
they're talking about
You don't
the
need to do that right now.
I have a suggestion. I have a suggestion on this. When you talk with Dr. Moore about this and do research, another option is to change the meeting order the way that you suggested, which is have the meeting first and then have the organization after for every year that is not an election year. And then in the election years, we just switch the role, we just switch it. So organization is first, board member swearing in, organization, and then the regular meeting. I mean, it only happens, but every 4 years.
No, every 2 years.
Every 2
So it'll
years,
be-
sorry, every
wind
2
up
years.
being,
So
you know,
just in that election year, it would remain as we have it right now, rather than,
Okay. I know we had a hard stop at 3:45, and so I want to honor that, because we didn't honor that. So we're now 3 minutes over. I apologize.
We will make it happen.
There were other items on here, board members, if you look at that, if you want to bring any of those up for discussion, feel free. The only other thing that I will throw out there was the part where it said personnel should not be voted on by the board, or they should not start in their employment until voted on by the board. And I know for a fact that that has not happened in the past here.
Through the chair, say that again?
Yes. Personnel in the district should not start working in the district until the board has voted on them. And that in the past has not taken place before. They've actually started before the board voted on them.
I'm
And so
not,
I want to be very specific that that's what,
I'm not familiar,
okay.
so that must,
I am, and I'm going to tell you that's happened in the past.
okay, well,
Okay,
pre-David Moore.
okay.
May I just also add, Madam Chair, that this is one of the reasons why I've expressed on multiple occasions that the superintendent's workshop should remain the superintendent's workshop for reasons like this. Anything that has to do with board discussion should happen during a board discussion session. This took a lot of time that could have been dedicated to your items only. And now we're most certainly going to go over our time. I want to honor, if we're going to honor staff's work, that we honor even our time as well. So if we're scheduled to leave at 4, with a little bit, lately, we've been going to 4, 4:15, 4:30, it's not okay. I'm just saying, not for you. Just in general, we really need to honor that.
Thank you. Mr. Bass will cover items, I'm on the wrong agenda. I'm already in the evening, Mr. Bass.
Sorry,
Review of
it's the item-
Glendale Elementary
C and D.
cafeteria.
C and D. C is the Glendale Elementary GMP for the renovation project for the cafeteria expansion, $2.58 million, which is in the capital budget and also in the 5-year work plan. Summit Construction is the CM at risk. Square footage addition is 1,350 feet in the seating area and 1,500 feet in the kitchen area. The focus of the remodel is on the kitchen, you have a better working space. Of the 2.58 million, 336,000 is going to be on new equipment for the cafeteria, which will be a tremendous asset. And then 500,000 for parking, extended parking and a loop area on the east side of the property, which we hope will take the traffic off of 8th Street for afternoon pickup. Next item is the purchase order for Cisco Corporation. We were serviced by U.S. Foods through the Power Buying Group. U.S. Foods is not able to honor their contract due to a decline in the number of staff that they have available. Power Buying Group is 29 districts. We will now be contracting with Cisco, who will honor the pricing established by U.S. Foods. They'll assume the same delivery schedule, and the process of ordering is comparable, and we'll move forward with that for the rest of the school year.
Dr. Jones?
I'm sorry, Mr. Bass, are we having any kind of issue with food shortages? Because you see that all over. I mean, as far as our cafeteria and what they order and what they get and when they get it.
Right now, we are experiencing a little bit, not much, but again, U.S. Food is finishing out their contract,
Okay.
and geographically, we're in a good place for distribution, but Cisco, we shouldn't have any issues.
You see them all over.
Yep.
Thank you.
Next item is workforce housing, and Ms. Christofoli will introduce that and discuss that with you quickly.
Through the chair, thank you for letting me be here today to present the work that's been done with the committee. The graphic that is on the screen is actually the advertisement that went out last year on social media and the district website for people to apply for the position. Obviously, on the left, the purpose of the committee is to address the issues of affordable housing opportunities for district employees and create incentive strategy recommendations. Next slide. I don't have the, do you? Thank you. Oh, thanks. So just to review, the application, it was on the right. That is just a copy of what it looked like. And you, the board, approved the members on last November 17th board meeting. And those are the focus areas addressed in their strategic plan that relate to this committee. So once we met, we discussed that we would like to, at every meeting, talk about strategy recommendations, action steps to create affordable housing for educators, and establish relationships in the community that would bring further conversation to funding, just open up the conversation. So those were the goals that were set upon at the first meeting. It is a quarterly committee, so those are the 4 agendas from the 4 meetings that we've had this year, the last of which was in October. The next meeting is set for January, and they are always noticed and they're public. I think 1 or 2 times we've had maybe one outside person come, which was great, just to hear what we were doing. but I just wanted to show you that we have been meeting, and there is an agenda and minutes, and the minutes are reviewed and approved at the following meeting. So what are we doing right now? So on the agenda, and you have a copy of that, you can see that we actually went through and talked about who's going to be the facilitator, who's going to be the note taker, those kinds of things. Nate Bruckner, who is works for United Way, he's actually the director of community impact. What a perfect person to be on this committee. He actually has volunteered to be the facilitator. So he and I kind of put the agenda together and then we send it out. We have done one meeting on Zoom, which was the last meeting, because a couple of the participants couldn't make it, and we said, well, what if we do it on Zoom? So that worked out. And we noticed the Zoom, number, participation code on the doors, on the front doors of the building. So we have, at the first meeting, after setting some roles, we actually broke up the map of the United States, and each member took a section of the United States to do research on affordable housing projects with school districts. An example of one, and there's many, was La Casa Maestro, which is in San Francisco, which you know, very, very affluent area, very difficult to find affordable housing for, I would say, all essential workers. But so at the second meeting, everyone brought their research back, and we talked about what did you find, what did you find. We do have a realtor on the committee that works for Dale Sorensen. She's been a member of the community for over 20 years. Wealth of knowledge. You know, most of the members know way more about everything than I do, so it's great. I've learned a lot through the process. So we have talked about what is the current crisis with rentals, especially during COVID. It just went crazy. We talked about new hires. When we got in July, I gave them a status update and some feedback that I was getting from people that we were hiring. There wasn't a lot, but there were people calling me. I kind of bridge the work that we're doing here, and I talk about it at the recruitment focus group because there's realtors on that. So we've actually built kind of a little network and a Facebook page really focused on housing for new teachers, that if they want to network with realtors in our community, so we weren't showing preferential treatment, that they could go on the Facebook page. So where are we now? So right now, the last meeting, we were blessed. Somewhere around May, I participated in a Zoom call with a community organization, and someone that was not on camera but was listening, a community member's husband, who is Richard Bielaski, is an architect and has been doing this for like 30 years and has done many, many affordable housing projects, mostly in California, but is a architect and developer here in Vero Beach. His wife told him that he had to call me because she heard me talking about, the housing for teachers. So we've been blessed. He's not a member of the group. He's just coming to the meetings out of the kindness of his heart, but he has a lot of experience in this. So right now we have asked the group and him and Nate, who have a lot of experience with this, to really start researching some options of, what is, after all this research that we've done, what are the options that are possibilities that we could bring to the board and say, we're trying to look over funding, we're trying to look over sites, we're trying to look at, is it completely nothing to do with the school district and somebody else is going to run it? Just what are all the options? So at the January meeting, they're going to bring back some viable options of, here's some things that we could do to look at. It has been a wonderful experience for me, and I talk to Nate all the time, and Richard's very invested, not in any way other than he just really has a heart for projects because he's done so many in his past. So that's kind of where we are right now. A lot of research has been done, and we're looking at if we were going to be able to find somewhere to do a project, what are the options that the board would have to look over in order to make that happen.
So I think
there's one more slide. And I just want to mention that before I met Richard, the committee had talked about reaching out to the community and rental properties, and it was literally, last March, April. So we did create this Live in DeAnne River County, and we did post this on social media and mail out the flyer to some rental properties. Not a lot of feedback or return from the rental, you know, landlords and all of that, but I still post it because it talks about partnering with the district.
So Ms. Crisafulli is underselling her work as well as the work of the committee. This committee has reached out to each of our law enforcement entities. They've worked with Piper Airlines. They work with the hospital district, seeking interest to maximize partnerships. They evaluated the land in which we own. I think we are going to have some innovative ideas come forward to this board in the next couple of months regarding possible ways to solve the affordable housing for our instructional staff. So it has been a really, really good piece of work that is going to provide some innovative options for our teachers in terms of housing. So it is a absolute great first year, and looking forward to recommendations coming before this board sooner rather than later.
And I do want to add on the reaching out and building relationships. You know, my work as the recruiter, we participate with diversity in education. We do career fairs, their career fairs, and then they hosted our career fair last April, which was very successful. So I've really become to have a relationship with Trina. Shout out to Trina Edwards. I was just asked to participate on their national advisory board on recruiting. So I just got that this past week, and I'm excited to be able to serve on that advisory board for diversity in ed.
Look at you.
I'm just saying.
Before I ask for any board member comments, this was my item that I asked for, I don't know, a year ago, I think.
November.
But I will say that, a question for you.
Sure.
Have you had county planners from the county involved in this? Anybody from that department on your committee, or have they been invited to speak to your committee?
So, yeah, we have been, Richard and I have been to a couple of county affordable housing committees, talked to Laura Moss, et cetera, et cetera. Richard knows all of them, so him and Nate, I haven't specifically spoken to them, but they have, just kind of throwing out idea, you know, nothing concrete, but yes, the county has been spoken to, shared I spoke at one of the affordable housing, just in general, why I was at the meeting, what we were looking to do so that everyone in the meeting would know that this was happening.
Okay, so you mentioned affordable housing. I learned from attending their meeting a year ago or so that this is different because this is workforce housing. Workforce housing and affordable housing are two different types of projects, and they're looked at differently as far as taxing and things like that. So that's one thing I learned. The other thing, I sit on zoning and planning for Indian River County, and so every time I hear about, and I heard about another one last Thursday when I attended, that there are housing projects going up with this in mind, workforce housing. One by the hospital, and now another one that I just heard about out west of town. So again, that is in its pre-planning stages, so that's not going to happen for another 5 years. The one by the hospital, though, I think is starting to run. So it's things like that that we need to constantly be aware of, and talking to the planning department about what's out there, so we can talk to the developers and say, can we partner with you on making sure that our employees are able to get this housing? Okay. All right, board members, anybody?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much for the update. Thank you for the work. I look forward to more.
Absolutely.
Thank you for all your work, Beth. My daughter-in-law lives in Texas. They have apartment complexes, if you will, for teachers, firemen, policemen, and so forth. And it's really, really helpful as new educators come and join because it's expensive. Thank you.
Yeah, I think, you know, obviously it's necessary. Just by way of comparison, Johns Island Club now, you know, bought and renovated a whole complex for employees because they were so far out west and blah, blah, blah. And so there's a model there, and actually not just the development part, it's how do you price it? You know, what do you charge employees? Can it all be quote-unquote affordable housing from a tax standpoint or a legal standpoint, et cetera, et cetera? It's not that complicated, but there isn't anybody that I'm sure doesn't agree with the need because it's just very expensive for first responders, for teachers and the like.
Thank you so much. We appreciate
And
it.
our final item for the day is the Safer at School 2022 revisions. They're minor revisions. Ultimately, we are aligning the tiered mitigation strategies with shifts in Florida statute, Statute 381000319, and Statute 11204441, regarding face coverings and quarantines, which are slight references. So that is the reason that we're bringing forward these changes, just a slight cleanup to align to statutes. And I'd be happy to answer any questions, I know.
Or this, yeah. I'm losing my brain. I do.
Mr. Rosario? Go ahead.
Yes. There's a provision Dr. Moore included writing inside of the Safe Schools Plan that indicates that if a student tests positive, either through a medical doctor. What?
I'll just give you the page number.
Oh.
Yes.
See, that's why we need to stick with time. Thank you. That if a student tests positive for COVID on page 8 of this plan, through a test administered by a healthcare provider or at-home administered test. So there are two options. Clearly, we know that not everybody has medical benefits or the ability to get to a, medical doctor. So this actually gives parents the opportunity to test their child either with a healthcare provider or with a home administered test. So my concern is, and what I shared with Dr. Moore, is that the second bullet down contradicts that first bullet. The second bullet down says, if a student tests negative for COVID through a test administered by a healthcare provider, the parent or guardian notifies the school. We need to add to that healthcare provider or home administered test. The same language that we provide in the first bullet needs to be provided in the second. My concern with again, the same thing, if a student tests positive, with the same way that they test positive, they should be able to test negative. If a student didn't have the abilities to get to a doctor before to test positive, doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to have the same opportunities to test negative. So what we allow on the onset, we should allow, it's only fair for the child and for the families, especially the financial, we don't know what their financial status is.
And through the chair, thank you for the concern. And Ms. Rosario, as she just mentioned, did share this with me. I asked for some opportunity to circle back with staff and do some research. And doing that research, there was two issues which remains unaddressed. We cannot validate who the home test actually was from, as well as the level of liability we're placing on the district when a student may or may not return with a home test that we cannot actually validate. So it's just a simple matter of looking at, can we in fact validate to the entire school community that we're allowing a student to return with a negative test that is attached to that, with a healthcare provider, with a not a home test, but a CVS test or whatever the case may be. We have access to those particular results, so therefore we can verify prior to the student returning into our environment. So this is the opportunity for us just to validate that we do have a negative test and the student returns with a home test. There's just a little level of discomfort we as a system have in protecting the board and allowing someone to come back when we can't actually 100% verify that that test is owned by that individual student. So that's why that is the way that it is.
Go ahead.
The new rule on the parents' rights with regard to COVID does not give the district the right to make the determination that a child must go to a medical provider.
No, it does not. This is if you wanted to if you have that positive test, there's an identified amount of time. If you test negative prior to that time expiring, then you can in fact return with that negative test. But you are correct.
You just said the same thing.
No, there's an amount of time in which when you have a positive test, in order to return, you have to have a negative test. But there's an
Right.
extended amount of of time.
But you're still asking the parent, what you're telling the parent here to return to school, you must take your child to a healthcare provider. Not everybody has that opportunity. Not everyone can take their child to a medical healthcare provider, to a doctor, to a nurse, to an actual physical. A lot of people don't have money. Some people don't have insurance. If you're allowing a child to test positive with a home test, we should allow the child to test negative with the home test.
Through the chair, there's a number of days, so you don't have to absolutely have a test. We can support families and provide a test for free. The home test is actually the most expensive route of going, because you have to go and buy it and bring it home. Through our principals, and I don't know why I'm speaking, we've been able to work with families to get access to whatever a family would need in terms of providing a test.
So what does that look like? What do you mean you've been able to help families?
Working with
to
our
get a
health
test?
department, so.
So we're not doing it, we're just telling the parent, go to the health department,
No,
right?
not us, yes, exactly.
So that's not working with the family, you're actually saying to give them, that's not giving them options, that's just telling them, if you can't go to a healthcare provider, then go to the health. So then why are we allowing someone to take the test as a positive, a home test to become positive? Why is that acceptable there and not telling them, if you're sick, go straight to the health department?
Because we want to do everything we possibly can to minimize the spread of COVID. So a lot of districts weren't necessarily honoring the home test, so therefore students would come to school because they didn't go and take the regular test. So we added a level of convenience in order to provide every option available to take that home test or to take that regular test, whatever the case may be. Once that student tests positive, now we have them, they're quarantined until they have a negative test. And there are plenty of opportunities when we work with them to retested so they can get back into school relatively quickly. And I think the reality is, I think we haven't had any students test positive in a very, very long time, and we just had one test positive now. And this is the language that has been written since, when, Dr. Jacobs? Okay.
Well, we're in different situations.
No,
We're in
no,
different, we can't compare what was written months ago.
Oh, just
with
giving
now.
a point of reference.
So that doesn't even, that doesn't matter. Mr. Carson, can I ask you a question with regard to the law on parent rights and the children's medical rights as well? Does the school district have the right to keep a child home or mandate a child to go to a medical provider in this particular case? Or is that a parent's choice, a parent's right? The way I understand it, it is the parent's sole responsibility or sole discretion to make medical decisions with regard to their child. If the school district is telling the parent that the only way you can come back to the school district is to stay home and wait it out until 7 or 10 days, or you go to a medical doctor. That to me sounds like we're crossing lines we shouldn't.
So through the chair, I can answer the question, and you can chime in and say whether I'm right or wrong. This plan 100% aligns to any shifts or modifications the governor has made, whether it be parental rights, whether it be COVID assessments, or whatever the case may be. So this is not in violation, overstep of any particular variant. And am I misspeaking, Dr. Jacobs, or is there?
Some of the guidance we received, and with particular regard to quarantines, it does say in there that if a student is not exhibiting symptoms or has a negative test, they can return to school. So if they're healthy, they certainly don't have to be quarantined. It's up to the parent whether they want them quarantined if they're in close contact. But if they are exhibiting symptoms or cannot produce a negative test, then they are to stay home from school.
I get that, but that's not what go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was going to say, that doesn't answer,
That's
I
not
don't
what
think, what she was asking, though.
Thank you.
What type of test do they have to produce or prove that their child can come back?
It is not specific.
Okay, so the guidance that you got coming down from the state does not tell you what type of test that is allowable.
It does not indicate what type of test we can or cannot request.
Mr. Carson?
Through the chair.
Yeah.
I heard you say, Member Rosario earlier, the parental bill of rights. I'm reviewing it again now. I don't see anything in there that would necessarily apply to this particular situation. But to speak on it in any more detail than that, through the chair, I'd have to do more research.
Okay, thank you, I'd appreciate that.
That probably will be something that we need really good clarification on.
Question, Madam Chair?
Yes.
I think the main concern here is, parents getting their children to a medical doctor or getting the tests and so forth. So are our principals working with those parents if there's an issue as far as, the cost? Like I said, I did a couple home tests to make sure I was okay. That's expensive. So are the principals or school sites, if they call Dr. Jacobs, I think we had one person answering the phone one time with all these questions to help if it's needed, Dr. Moore, because I know we had that for a while. I'm calling the district office, how do I get this test?
Yeah, through the chair, we principals deal with it through the nurse at the particular schools. Here at the district office, we still have that available through Dr. Sue.
Thank you.
Other board members? Good, okay. Dr. Moore? Are you,
That is the item.
that is the item, are we all done? Okay, with that, if anyone has an objection, otherwise I will adjourn the meeting. Any objections? All right, this meeting is adjourned at 4:16.